Got it. Why does it tell
Got
me?
it.
Got it.
Got it.
Got it.
Look
Dad.
who's back. Barski's back. Welcome back.
Even though I've
Barski.
had 4 injections, I've got it. No, I don't.
Is that a hot meat injection? Like, with the turkeys. I'm very thankful that Allen Greenfield is with us.
He's basted. Not
I'm basted. I'm basted all the way home. This is tea.
I love
We're
tea.
drinking our
We're
fluid,
live, everybody,
we're gonna have
and
a little break for boys.
we
and
got our
girls
countdown.
to use, the potty room.
Impotent flavor, but
It's gonna be a long flight tonight, so let's
Here we go.
Let's get our snacks ready.
Alan, we're gonna kill our videos. So go to stop video, and then we'll
don't
come
do that
back.
to me. I'm old and I've got children that are
We got
also
a
old.
20-minute countdown tonight from the start of this, so
15.
you can tweet the link. You'll
Got
see
it.
it on the screen. It'll be a nice spinner. It'll spin down and it'll go.
Do we need to stop the
comment.
videos or no? Are we stopped?
It's good. I'll get
Okay.
the video playing, and we'll be back.
All right.
Countdown
We
now.
will be back. 15
Enjoy.
guys. Let's line up in the chat. Let's hang out.
Tweet the link to the
Got it.
YouTube. This is a Wim Hof. Let's go with 79's Dream here. Okay, let me get this screen share up. And it'll begin. There might be flashing images, so if you need flashing images or you don't
Seizures.
want them, here
Right
it
under
is.
your bed.
Here it
There we go.
is. Okay.
Beautiful.
Kaleidoscope.
Do we all need to mute? Yeah. Let's kill my.
You will control the horizontal. You will control the vertical. Dreams.
I don't hear any audio, Alan Marcus.
Is there audio here?
There's no audio for us. You might have
I
to
could sing.
restart.
Was it not playing the audio?
Not out loudio.
Okay. And again. It's Twilight Zone. It's Twilight Zone. Share sound. Optimize for video clip. We'll start the countdown again. Okay.
Yes. Starts it again. I can't wait to see it. I've been waiting all week for this. Beautiful box of gray.
Gray Barker.
Give us some audio and get out of the way. Definitely can't wait for this to start.
Audio.
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 Okay.
I'm high on the real thing, but I'm coming down.
For real.
Firesign Theater, 1971.
This is exciting.
This is exciting. This is a great countdown video.
It looks like the Borg. It's beginning to take on a form.
It is Zim. Zim Hoff.
I think I'll
Okay.
have the Earl Grey. Called me Locutus.
No London fog tonight, just the Earl Grey.
I tell you, this worked a minute ago.
I'm sure it did.
Oh no, we got a frozen computer.
Uh-oh.
We're gonna have to
SpaghettiOs.
entertain while he restarts. We'll be here.
Is he
to-
really? Really?
Yeah.
He got a. All right. Well, I guess we're holding down the fort here then on this countdown. This is
the
pretty exciting.
Archons.
Glory to Ukraine.
Glory.
Good thing computers are fast these days.
Right?
Fast at restarting. Fast at
I hear bells. Must be
dying.
Tinkerbell.
Oh, yeah, I gotta turn off my bells. Dang old bells anyway. Too many bells. I turn it off and then I don't get any bells for the rest of the week. And I'm like, well, why doesn't anybody like me? Nobody's messaging me. And then they get mad. 'Cause I didn't read it. I just didn't know. Let's see.
People expect instant response.
It's
If
an
they only knew.
It's an instant gratification world these days.
Thanks for writing to me. Enclosed is some information of great importance for you. You really are a swell person, and I hope you live forever. Sincerely, Allen Greenfield. Witness my hand and seal. Bark, 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 bark.
Gotta give a shout out to Jerry Cthulhu, who's told me and everybody to tell you hi, Alan, from the obelisk.
Oh, yeah.
Love him.
He's from the bottom of the ocean and is dead, but he's rising soon.
He's rising.
He is. Well,
He's
weird.
Luciferious. He's fed up.
Is he a member of the esoteric order of Dagon? Dagon.
Oannes?
Well,
about
Dagon
him.
and the Oannes are the same thing, but like, 3 steps removed. By the time it got to what is charitably called the Holy Land, it had turned into Dagon, the fish god, the half fish, half man god.
You've written
Sounds like Pulp Fiction to me.
It's all Pulp Fiction. We live in Pulp Fiction.
So popey. I love those hats, though.
No,
Dagons are beautiful. I wish I had a shimmery suit. Fish suit. I'd be swimming all over the place.
you're a mermaniac. Calm down. Calm down.
Calm down.
So are we just counting down?
We're waiting for Alan to restart, and then he's going to pop in here and set off the amazing intro that
He created.
And Dimension K have been working on all week.
Oh, so this is an ultimate failure, huh?
Anybody else think we were going to get in a nuclear war last week? I did.
Hard to say.
Hard to say. They left again, Kiev. I'm not going to pronounce it the way the Ruskies pronounce it. It's Kiev. But apparently they left again. They were evacuating the city again today. So that doesn't bode well for anything. I don't
Welcome
like
back,
that.
Alan Marcos.
I think I'm ready to try it again.
Okay, let's get it ripping.
Okay, all right. Da Vinci has a resolve, and it was running really hot getting this rendered for you all.
I don't understand computer language.
That's okay. Are you seeing a window here?
But
Yes.
do you know the Da Vinci Code?
Okay, tell me if you hear sound.
Yes.
Yes.
Sound!
There it is, okay. This is our countdown. It's 22 minutes. We'll be back.
I'll be waiting.
I think I'll go and warm up my tea.
The whole purpose of the
just a dream, I guess.
I'll give it a look.
Thanks. I've got to go.
Opened a door into his mind.
Has anything even remotely like your dream ever happened to you in real life?
No, absolutely nothing.
The dream, is it always the same?
It's not just a dream anymore.
Beyond Dream's door.
We have things to do before we go to sleep.
on, Zipper. Come on, Zipper. Oh, hey, good boy.
things I notice about the whole thing too. So yeah, I love the weaving spiders.
When Jim makes a meme, it usually comes true. Jim, is that true?
I can't say either way because it would be bad practice, but it's a dangerous thing to meme without caution.
Tis true.
What if we throw caution to the wind tonight?
We already did.
What if we break wind tonight?
Ooh.
Then
there's
take
the
caution.
zing.
What cheese
There's
is
the
everyone
zing.
eating tonight to cut the cheese and to break the wind and break the ice? And
Pizza again.
I've got some Munster over here.
okay, all right.
Munster May for Monster May.
Monster Mash.
They
I'd like to
did the
start
mash.
show with
They did
you're-
the monster mash. The
our
monster mash.
esteemed guest,
It
Alan
was a
A.
grave-
Greenfield.
Where? I don't see him.
Look at there he is.
Where? Oh, the good-looking guy with clean cut and ready to go. And
There you go.
There he is.
When people think about magic and the occult, they often have to think about horror films.
yeah, well,
Do you have a favorite horror
my
film?
oldest
Have you ever
son.
seen any?
Uh-oh, I'm full screen now. What has happened to me? I am spotlighted
It's the
according to the
AI.
little dialogue
Uh-oh.
box, and I'm supposed
Somebody
to
better unspotlight him.
I
There.
do my imitations of Aleister Crowley. Here's my imitation of Aleister Crowley. He's dead.
He's not. Oh, I thought he was not enough.
Where
Thought he
was his body buried?
He's
Was
not
he-
just dead, he's very dead, and his ashes are rumored to be under a tree in New Jersey, which reminds me of a George Carlin routine that goes, I just heard about this religion that believes that when you die, you go to this garage in New Jersey.
Can we get off the full screen there somehow, Jim? The
Are we full
spotlight?
screen?
Yeah,
think
yeah.
In Zoom, you have the option to change it in the top right corner. You can change it to gallery. There's a view option. On YouTube, I think the view is, well, let's check the view. Do we
I'm
have
checking.
viewers on
We're
YouTube?
good. We're clear.
All
We're clear.
The
right.
View are those ladies that talk
Okay.
a lot on TV, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
this
whoopee.
is like the male version of the view, but it's after midnight and we're a lot less polite.
After
That's saying something.
midnight.
Not after midnight
So-
everywhere.
Look who we got, everybody. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming to hang out.
We have David Barski tonight.
I'm here.
Woo,
Barski's
David
back.
Barski.
Reeling
Back.
from Wisconsin, representing.
Thank
Back-
you for hanging out.
It's my
The cheese factory.
Yeah, Monster. So
Monster.
look who we got. We got Allen Greenfield. We brought him. We brought him in. We'll take him out. No. Just kidding.
Bless you, my children.
So look at what Alan's got. And look at
real
the
book.
other Alan, Alien
It's a real
Marcus.
book. It's a
He's
real
got
book.
the Grail within.
An actual book.
It's a real book.
Oh, that's that filthy book that has been
There are-
suppressed for so
there are-
long.
There are images in this book that are images of things
Not for your kids.
that you can
I don't-
see with
Unless
your
your
own
kids
eye.
are adults, like my kids.
That is true. That is very true. How did you find the images and select the images for this updated edition?
From various people of the female persuasion that I have known and loved.
So the models in this book are people that know and love you, and you know and love them. And
No, past tense for in most cases, but and a few of them were people that I knew that just knew I was doing the book, and they just volunteered to put a sexy picture or two. And the line illustrations, some of them are by the late Donald Wallace, a quadruple murderer who was executed some years ago. I'm not kidding. I mean,
I don't doubt that.
I used to run the OTO prison ministry nationwide, and he
Wait a
was one of my
minute.
regular correspondents, and he asked me to attend his execution 20 years after he was in jail, which seems
So there's a few
pointless.
questions right there. What is OTO? What is prison? And how do you minister there?
You don't want to know what the OTO is, and you definitely don't want to know what prison is. However, what a ministry is trying to console
Al
people who
Jorgensen's
are
band?
incarcerated. Yes, yeah. Well, there is that.
Okay. So you're trying to get Al Jorgensen CDs into prisons so people have music to listen to?
London, the prisoner. It closes. It closes. It burns. It burns. Marin.
Look at
I
Bender.
used to have that on my answering machine, and a lot of strangers started calling me because it was The Exorcist Part 28, wherein Marin gets a hickey. Marin.
Oh, as you can see, we are joined also by the illustrious Benjamin Balderson. How are you doing, my friend?
Hail.
Hail.
How you guys doing?
This is the, we have to say,
Hail
this
Balderson.
this is magic, because this is the first time Benjamin and I have finally been able to connect on a show together, and it's all coming together tonight.
That proves that you're
We're
different
working
people.
on it for a year and a half.
We have been, a year and a half. Year and a half, this in the making. So, this is history. History, boys and
Is
girls.
it because of the full moon eclipse, the full moon blood eclipse?
Sure as shit is.
Ah, that space weather. Oh, gives you the shivers.
It's getting rowdy out there.
It's all subliminal. Buy my books.
I have. I'm going to buy more. Maybe the
Buy more
same
books.
book.
Oh,
Why?
that's a
Give
great
them to
book.
friends.
It's been so favorably reviewed, and the unfavorable reviews are a tribute to what I'm trying to accomplish.
It is a hot book, and you can use it as a fan to cool yourself down.
There you go.
That's a hot book. The Grail Within. Isn't that the name of it? The Grail Within.
The Grail Within, the true quest for the Holy Grail and the Western sex magic tradition.
So, Alan, have you been able to, I don't know how much you've been able to get it, digest of the book this week. Earlier when we spoke, you were saying you were going to rip into it on a beautiful, I believe, sunny afternoon outside.
Yeah.
Look at that grail. That's a sexy grail right there.
This is an old rusty grail that needs a lot of love.
It's rusty, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You get your you stay up to date with your shots there, buddy.
I have
Not
this
meat
theory about the tin cup in Hellier.
That's a good. Let's hear it.
Well, the one guy that had the experience live and on camera was the only devout Roman Catholic present. I don't know if I know the Newkirks are not. She is hedge Wiccan, I guess, and he's the son of a preacher, which of course will turn you against any
Christ
kind
in a
of
heartbeat. Yeah, religious. Yeah.
Yeah. But so he has this vision of a cup, and then they go out. For those who don't, Hellier was the only really truthful film about doing field investigations of high spookiness, as Einstein referred to it, high spookiness. Mm-hmm. And sure enough, they find a cup just like the one that he envisioned. Mm-hmm. And I got this idea, maybe this is the Holy Grail. That is to say, all of the high church type people and people who are fans of medieval mystery stories like the Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, Le Morte d'Arthur, and all that stuff, which I, am a fan of. They all see the Grail as this great goblet, and bejeweled and all that, like in the what did I think, Hunter Thompson?
There's a whole bunch of stories about it being Moldavite, the jewels on it being Moldavite.
Well, I looked into what one would expect from a relatively poor carpenter in Galilee in the circa 1st century, and it looked just like that cup. I even, the Newkirks, I think, were not impressed, but I even sent them first century cup found in wherever it was found, and the cup that you found, and that was still there a year later, which proves a lot of important things. So I thought maybe they found the Holy Grail, because why would this poor carpenter be drinking with a bunch of poor friends? You know, they were marginalized people, much as many of my friends are today. I'm not going to mention any names. You know where you are, and you know who you are and why you are. Well, maybe you don't know why you are, but I'll tell you, but not on the program, because I don't want to be the other end of the prison ministry, you know.
Oh, it's too good.
So I'm holding a tin cup here. It's a larger one, and this is a Keebler Elves cup.
Oh, nice.
And it's
a good tie-in then.
Crackers.
That isn't a cup, and this is matzah, which I got the idea of having matzah here because you had that Wednesday night on the program and you were eating soda crackers, and I thought, hey, when he pulls out the soda crackers, I can pull out the matzah, the backwards matzah.
So that's the question. Are we going to have a Holy Communion tonight or just a half communion?
Partial.
A partial communion. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm partial to communion.
So what is it with the cup?
That's good. Then I'll just go kick the goat in the nuts instead of killing it.
Like a cake of light or something?
Uh-oh.
Speaking of the OTO,
crackers and cakes or something that you can...
Back in my day, when I was afflicted with the OTO, they used to use menstrual blood from the priestess, preferably. And they didn't, in those days, didn't tell the congregation, which was obliged to take communion, whether they were members of that august fraternity of idiots or not. And one would wonder about, like hepatitis, AIDS, whatever, sometimes they cooked it at 325 degrees Fahrenheit. Sometimes they didn't. Some sticklers, the Limerick fanatics, ate it raw. And I guess that's what they serve to other people. I think they do things differently now because they were beginning to change that when I, 15 years ago, parted company from them.
So there you have it.
The whole truth and nothing but. It's an initiatory order, but it's also the front group for another goddamn stupid religion. Amen.
There's that. Cross it. Was that Orthodox or? Hey.
And did you say hepatitis earlier or hippolytus? We got
Hippolytus. Yeah. People would get hippolytus.
Okay.
And then that would turn into Saint Vitus, and then they would
That's a lot of homework. That's a lot of reading to do.
Yeah, well, I did all that in grad school. It was too
Fortunately, there's really exciting images in this book, The Grail Within, so you can read it. And then there's visual aids to encourage your imagination, and it's
the line drawings are my work. When I was in the art supply business, I fancied myself a sketch artist. So a couple of those I drew, not that one.
Have you been creating anything lately? Any watercolors or finger paints or anything?
Nah, I'm not an artist. I had one painting that I was proud of and put on the wall many, many years ago, and somebody stole it. And at first I thought, oh God, that's the only good painting I've ever done. And then I thought, what kind of compliment is this? Somebody thought that my painting was good enough to steal out of my living room. I felt good. I felt great. And whoever has got it.
Had you signed your name on it?
I don't remember. Probably not.
So here's the provenance in real time. You've got a painting. You may or may not have signed it. What did the image look like in case anyone finds a stolen painting hanging in someone's?
It was a small landscape with a setting sun in the background and mountains and trees. Same thing a 4-year-old would do, but a little bit better.
That's modern art, folks. That's modern art. And today we might sell that as an NFT if we could find a copy of it. Did you take a picture of it? And then we could take a picture of the picture, and then we could spread it digitally?
Well, no, I didn't, because I thought it was going to hang on my wall, and a few people would say, oh, yeah, that's not bad for a non-artist. And in those days, a lot of famous science fiction writers were going through my living room, so I was, maybe one of them took it. I don't know. I could name names, but I won't. Show the book, because you've got your thing
I would
blurred.
like to hear the name of the writers just to know who you hung out with.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I can, Gordon
Not as
Dixon,
potential thieves.
Gordon Dixon, who is or was a dick. Ursula Le Guin, who I got in an argument with about Philip K. Dick, who I never got to meet because he's my favorite author of all time.
Same
for
here.
fiction. Yeah, I mean, no, I wrote that.
Oh, wait,
Dick
that's not.
Philip
Let me
K.
get my
Dick did not write it.
Let me get my PKDs up.
I'm keeping my screen blurred because there are suggestive images in the book, and I want to, keep them blurred. That's how we used to do
Well,
it.
but you can hold a cover up, you know,
Yeah.
so that they can read it and then run to Amazon, Barnes and Noble, or a book depository, or or a
Library.
suppository. You don't want to do that.
Yeah, that's why it's blurred out a little bit. It's
A couple of them I specifically said I would, not make them too public. If you buy the book, you can see them, but I hope they don't distract from the text, which is pretty juicy. And also, if you want to understand the core meaning of ceremonial magic, it goes to the sexual magic. And that's what the book is about, because a lot of people have written books about sexual magic in theory, but I think I have, with the exception of Lewis Culling's vaguely worded book many, many years ago, which I was told I was the only one who was influenced by it, they don't talk about personal experiences. And as painful as it was, and it was painful to recount some of these things, there are a lot of things I didn't recount in there, but it does have a selection of my personal experience with sexual magic.
I've got to say, that is one thing. Whenever you dig into the sex magic books, you never get personal accounts. And I've always, there's always like, it's vague. There's just a lot of, it's painted with such a broad brush, it seems. So it's like, what, until you actually get a little bit deeper. I mean, I've had, the only person that I could honestly say that I've like gotten direct, that's been out there with it, I suppose would be Jason Louv, on a few of his podcasts. I think of something along those lines, where he's just direct to the point, doesn't care, cuts all the shit. I mean, that's just only one or two, how could I put it? Not styles, if you will, but variations, I suppose.
They're autobiographical styles. Let's say hello to Slick Dissident Gabriel, who's joined us in the Zoom room tonight. Welcome, Slick Dissident.
Welcome,
Hey,
Gabe.
Spiders.
Good to see you, buddy.
Much love.
Good to see you, pal.
Yeah.
Hello, Gabriel.
Good to see everybody. Good to see you, Mr. Greenfield. It's a pleasure. and an
Live
honor.
from Bohemian Grove, here we are.
Here we are. It's a party.
Right on. This is great.
Before they escort us to the river and,
Yeah, cremator.
crackle, crackle.
Yep. Good old Moloch. All right, so we have already a question here from Kaylee in the chat. Somebody asked Alan if he's tried to make a homunculus.
Oh, that's from your previous show. I actually was looking up definitions of homunculus because I know what the term means. It means resembling a human, homo. homunculus,
Yeah.
whatever.
It,
Trying
that
to
word
do
is
my
mentioned-
Latin really badly here, but
Homunculus is mentioned in the Grail Within. And I should
yeah.
have highlighted it.
If it's the closest thing I can come to that is generating a tulpa, which is a Tibetan version of the same thing. You'll find in the Eastern magical tradition, Taoism and Tibetan Buddhism, and to a lesser extent in Hinduism. Although I think if you go back a few hundred years before the British Raj, you find a lot more of that in Hindu things, judging from the beautiful art on various temples throughout the Indian subcontinent.
Or the Hajiras. That won't go into that.
Well,
though.
yeah. I mean, there's
Fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these are ideas that probably date to really primordial times and probably have their origin in shamanism, just like a lot of other things that really have, they're literally prehistoric, but passed down through history. And I think rediscovered by the particular school that I hold with was rediscovered by Pascal Beverly Randolph in the
PB.
Yeah, he has not gotten the recognition that he deserves, primarily because the Crowleyites apparently don't want to give him that recognition.
One of the first black
Bingo!
hashish
Bingo!
dealers.
You just said the
yeah, exactly. The magic word. And
Wasn't he in tight with Lincoln too?
No. He was in tight with Hitchcock, General Hitchcock, who was a friend of Lincoln's. But I think that that extended to, he got an invitation to the White House once, which for a black guy in those days was a really, really big deal.
got that right. And and also wasn't he doing psychic battles or like with Blavatsky? I think I remember.
She was doing them, but
She was doing okay. So
and I won't even, exactly. When he died, she said, the in person is dead.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. She's baby with the bathwater. I say.
Creature of her time.
I heard the word
Exactly.
Hitchcock, and I was thinking Hitchcock is a film director. Do you have a favorite Alfred Hitchcock movie?
Sure, North by Northwest.
What
Good
do
one.
you like about that above all the other Hitchcock films?
The scene on the Mount Rushmore. It's daring. I think it was filmed at Rushmore, and it's I don't know. It's close to the birds, which unfortunately I was a bird watcher until I saw that movie, and I saw it on TV, which was in black and white, so it was more vivid. And after that, I found birds to be creepy for years. It's sort of like when I had the flu right after I ate some Chinese food, and for a year I couldn't eat Chinese food. It was just, that's.
Didn't agree with you.
But yeah,
my dad said The Birds was the scariest movie he ever seen in his life.
Well, I think it was somewhere on the border between a trickster joke and a sincere account of what nature can do if not held in check, and or maybe held too much in check. So whether it was a metaphor or not, it's entertaining, but it's also very visceral.
For sure. That Rear Window for me always got me. It's not on that spooky level, like obviously with the birds, but I mean there's just something that movie was. I remember catching that as a
So
kid.
how long have you been a voyeur?
Yeah,
You could
right.
confess here.
37.
Since I got my first telescope one Christmas, I discovered I could peep through the window into other windows.
Well, that's coincidence.
creep.
Me too.
Oh man. So, you were mentioning so that like I really want you to bring up what you brought up earlier in the chat, if you don't mind, about the fun sync with the TNT plant, if you wouldn't mind.
I don't know if I can tell.
Okay.
I probably can't tell who was involved, but they are
Well, yeah.
names you would recognize and people that I will credit, and they are podcasters. But anyway, you probably can trace this down if you really want to. And people are probably looking all over YouTube, even at this moment, to see what the hell I'm talking about. But they had apparently visited the Mothman Zone in West Virginia, if you want to call it that. Really, the Mothman Zone now is in Illinois and Indiana, because Mothman and variants are seen all the time now.
Right down the road from me, yeah, right there, and they've actually gone up further into the suburbs, from what I understand too. So
yeah, well, started out at O'Hare, which that's knowing what Mothman is supposedly a harbinger of, which I don't credit. I probably would not take a plane into O'Hare.
Right.
First of all, it's almost as busy at the Atlanta airport. And the Atlanta airport is
busy.
Okay, but it's much bigger, and O'Hare was built back in the day when, so having Mothman show up in that area. But then you're right, it bled over into cases in Ohio and Indiana and more rural word Southerners can't pronounce. Rural. I worked on that in the Mirror for a long time. Rural.
Pennsylvania people.
Rural.
Pennsylvania folk can't pronounce it either. So
yeah, maybe the same origin. They say that Southern accents are derivative of English commoner accents of the 18th century. I don't think the drawl comes from it being hot down here, It's so hot, and we're so lazy and
you're
stupid.
going to pull your groin.
Out there in the fields with the peanuts and the cotton.
That's right.
And when those cotton balls get rotten, you can't pick very much cotton.
That's
sure enough.
So let's tie it back. Let's get to what happened at the TNT.
Oh, I forgot all about that.
I'll bring
Glad
it back.
you reminded me. Yeah, I have to have prompters because, when the brain starts to age, I found out, this is parenthetical, so you'll have to bring me back again, but I found out today that I did a really, really stupid thing. I had a Blu-ray player that an important disc to me, a film noir that I got the Blu-ray edition of, was stuck in it. So I thought I had put it aside and I got a different player to, serve while I figured out how to get it out. And it's not here. So I think probably, since I take out the trash every day, and a lot of it is boxes, I think maybe I threw it away. And that's incredibly dumb. The player was probably toast. These things are from China and are disposable. That's just the truth. They're less expensive than they would be, but they have a shelf life of
3 years.
Yeah, 3 years.
If you're max, yeah.
And the disc was probably worth more than the
player, yeah.
Yeah.
Was it a Criterion collection or something?
Yeah. That's exactly what it was.
Yep.
Very good. I'm waiting for the, I think it's Criterion that's bringing out the redo of David Lynch's last movie so far.
The Inland Empire?
Yeah.
That's a fantastic one.
It's a terrific movie.
So good.
My son in the business doesn't like it, but he likes most Lynch movies. So
that one takes a minute. If
it's the most realistic movie I've ever seen about dreams.
Yep.
It's like the way dreams really are.
Absolutely.
This is segueing into the subject tonight. It's like dreams really are, as opposed to dream sequences throughout the history of movies, which are translations of dreams. This is actually like a dream, and you have to. But this new version apparently is somewhat enhanced, and I don't think that will detract from it. But whenever it's announced, I intend to order that, even though I'm a poor man that relies only on the generosity of people out there who think I have something to say. Yeah, they're complete. That's the
That's the
complete
complete
secret
list of
cipher.
with the Men in Black. Everything.
Yes,
it's all
those
here.
Men in Black. They're right at the door, but I don't let them in because I only let the right one in.
Exactly.
What did you think of
Preferably
Men
a
in Black
redhead.
movies with Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones?
It
That's a say.
fucked my thing up. Can I say
That-
fuck on here?
You
Absolutely.
can say whatever you want. That's a Baron Sonnenfeld. What's his name? The director. And it starts with the scene they're driving and it's like goddamn bugs when they hit the windshield.
Oh,
Mhm.
So how did that affect you? that movie?
Soderfeld, something like that.
Sonnenfeld something? Yeah.
Yeah,
What-
something very close to that.
Did you see the movie in theaters? When did you first see the movie and how did it just mess with you?
Well, I had already gotten the title Men in Black as to use that as a way to say what I'm talking about, and that was like from my late friend Gray Barker. The idea of the Men in Black was clearly related to UFOs and paranormal phenomena, blah 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 blah. But come the movies now, if you try to look up something on the Men in Black or even MIB, you get the somewhat cantankerous Will Smith. And I don't think that the movies have a great deal to do. I mean, it does bounce off the idea of Men in Black, but I don't think that they are this secret interplanetary blah, 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 blah. They are tulpas because often
exactly.
they dissolve.
And what about that device where like, look over here, they put on their sunglasses and they go flash.
They don't
And
have
you
to
can't
do.
remember
The real
anything?
ones don't have
Don't
to
have
do.
yeah.
Is that a magic wand that they're working with? Is that what
No,
they're
that is
the
a
glowing
technological
feeder?
device because it's a nuts and bolts set of movies. And that's what I've been fighting pretty much all of my, dare I say, professional
Thank
life.
you. The nuts and bolts theories are just, I've always found, I mean, in the beginning of researching UFOs and going deep down those rabbit holes, or that rabbit hole specifically, it was just like, this doesn't feel right. This just doesn't resonate with me. And then obviously when Valet and getting into his material, I'm like, this feels much more, it just resonated with me. Much on a
Yeah. When Passport to Magonia came,
Yeah.
I mean, you could argue that Valet has overthought it
yeah,
in more recent
for
years,
sure.
but still, Passport to Magonia changed the channel, so to speak. And I think that's still an ongoing thing. Although, in my one of my many fanzines, Alternate Horizons newsletter, I propounded the same theory. But I think, in fairness, that was under Valet's earliest influences, along with Jaquil, as he called himself.
Good old Keel.
14 times.
He wasn't all that good, but
No, we won't
he
get
was a
into that.
spellbinder.
It's,
But
it's
you know,
like baby bathwater again with like Blavatsky kind
yeah,
of stuff.
yeah. Well, he wasn't in that league, but yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, if you cut your journalistic teeth on magazines like True and Saga and Argosy, that had the the bikini-clad girl in the middle and mostly stories about washing up on the island of sex-starved women,
Right.
you tended to have a certain stylistic approach to things, and he did.
Tacky. But
It also left him somewhat credulous, and my friends Jim Mosley and Gray Barker, they hoodooed him a lot. If you've seen the movie The Mothman Prophecies, where
yeah,
this is Indrid Cold.
cold.
That's not Indrid Cole. That's Gray Barker, stoned, fucked up out of his fucking mind.
Wait a minute, really? You really?
Really.
Okay.
Trust
Wow.
me, I
That's
know
a
that
lot.
from the horse's mouth.
Okay, so that's all.
No. Indrid Cole is legitimate.
That's
but
that's where I was going there.
No. That's
Okay, all right.
absolutely legitimate.
Okay.
But Gray and Jim would they'd get together, and in the old days they'd get drunk, and then they what they called the herbal substance leading to enlightenment. Right. And
Yeah,
come
right.
in. Oh, it's the Men in Black. Hi, guys. I'll get to you after the program. Go sit in the lobby with the lobby people. Say you're with the bicycle guy.
Could be the pizza delivery guy.
Yes, could be the pizza delivery. I wish. Now you're making me hungry.
I could order you one. I will order you one. What do you want? What do you want on it?
Beef, olives, green and black.
Keep
Green
it
and black
halal.
olives.
Keep it halal.
All right.
No, but I do keep what we would call modern kosher, which is to say,
Keep it beef, baby.
yeah, well, I mean, it has cheese on it, and if you want it to be thoroughly kosher, you don't put those two together. But I do because I belong to a Reformed temple, not.
So we know what Allen Greenfield eats. What do goblins chew on? What do you feed a goblin?
Cheese.
Okay.
Actually, milk and cookies.
Sounds about right. That's enough
That's
to pay
from
toll.
folklore.
That's enough to pay toll, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds
Just
about right.
leave it out in the cornucopia and see if it's anything left in the morning.
Yep. And generally there isn't. Though there may be a porcupine or some
you
other
say-
small animal
Right.
Did you
of
say
the mammalian.
puckwudgie? Are you talking about puckwudgies now? What do puckwudgies eat?
I have no idea. But if you ran that through the cipher, it would probably tell you exactly what they eat and exactly what course you would be in their diet. Probably entree.
I'm gonna run it. I'll run it right now.
We might
I'll-
have some
we're going.
puckwudgies listening tonight. If they'd like to tell us about their dietary preferences, we could accommodate for them. Certainly.
They're all different. Ribbit.
It's just the secret cipher, right? .com.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's one place. I mean, there are other places to find it, but that's Olive, my publisher's version.
Olaf Phillips, great man, right? I love that guy.
Oh,
Shout out,
yeah.
Olaf,
Man
cheers.
saved my life, really.
Thank you for all that you do, Olaf.
We love publishers. We love books. Allen Greenfield, what were some of your first memories with books and some of the first books that you have read and have really appreciated reading at a very early age?
Carl Barks comic books, mainly Uncle Scrooge and Donald Duck. That was even before I could read. My nanny would read them to me, and then I graduated into being able to read them myself. And I was, up until I was about 10 or 11, and then I discovered Tom Corbett, Space Cadet, and I read all of those books. And then in a magical moment significantly at puberty, I'm sure Freud would be interested in that, I joined Mystic Arts Book Society, which republished everything that wasn't nailed down by copyright of a mystical sort. They eventually sold to a softcore pornography company, but I didn't, end my prescription. I was a subscription there.
And it is medicine, though, to a teenager.
Well, it was.
Here's a certain ill.
My parents did not fully understand that. They were fine with UFOs and all that, but they were not so fine with what the Mystic Arts Book Society became. But nevertheless, I had read all of those, and let's see, that would be 1960, 61 in there. And let's see, I also joined NICAP, a CIA front, I suspect strongly, but I didn't know that at the time. And the head of their board was the first head of the CIA, so I'm not just spinning wheels here. And
what did NICAP publish? Were those Carl Jung books?
No. NICAP was the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena. I think it's been revived, but much less of a mover and shaker.
Based right here in Wisconsin, wasn't that? No.
No. It was
that's
based at 1536 Connecticut Avenue, Washington, D.C.
Okay.
I know. I got kicked out of their office once. There's a photo of me that John Tinney apparently has that shows me and my companions standing in front of 1536 Connecticut Avenue, which I have joked that's where Michael Rennie in The Day the Earth Stood Still was trying to get to, because he gets out of the cab and runs towards DuPont Circle in Connecticut Avenue. And I thought he was trying to get to the NICAP office, which is, NICAP didn't exist then. Came into existence in 1956 with a guy named Townsend Brown in charge for a very short time. And then Major Donald E. Kehoe, USMC, retired, took over and installed Admiral Hillenkotter, the first head of the CIA, as the chairman of the board, and it went from there. I joined that same time as Mystic Arts, same time as, therefore, interest in magic and occultism, mainly occultism at that point. So they all were at the same point in my life. And I also started to read mainstream science fiction because I joined the science fiction book club. And I honestly don't remember what the first...
Was it a Richard Shaver mystery?
No, that came just a little later.
Okay.
And then I started collecting Shaverisms, and then I started corresponding with Shaver and carried that on for quite some time.
Did you have a lot of questions for him? Or just saying thank you for these great stories?
Both. I mean, I wasn't trying to investigate him. I was trying to befriend him, because that was the point at which the UFO conventions were just getting started, and one wanted to know the people who had made that something of their own long before the term flying saucer even, came into being. That only dates to 1947, and before that, Borderland Sciences under Meade Lane, who was both a proto-ufologist and a magician, not a stage magician, not like the Amazing Randy, who I also knew quite well.
So you're talking about conventions. These are gatherings of people in like a hotel room, like what do they call it? A conference hall in a hotel room where people gather and have a convention. Was that like a Star Trek thing, or Star Wars, or a popular culture thing? What was the first convention that you attended?
I think it was the first Congress of Scientific Ufologists in Cleveland, Ohio in 1964.
Okay.
That was relatively small, but it was held at the place you couldn't do it now, the downtown YMCA on Euclid Avenue in Cleveland. And I got to meet Jim Moseley, who was already, legendary. I got to meet a lot in those subsequent years at that convention, all of the first-gen ufologists that I would really want to meet. They all showed up, and I got to, talk to them. So my generation of ufologists, we started as teen ufologists. We knew the first-gen people. They're all gone now. So we're all that's left that even remembers that. It was a very different thing. It was anything but mainstream. It was very, very outre. But of course now Congress is having hearings as if that's going to do anything. Avon calling.
That's very,
Hello?
very interesting.
Yeah, let's freeze that.
We're allowing a few spiders into the weave here.
I just realized what the first book, not the comic book that I read. I've read every single book, including the ones that were unpublished in his lifetime, by Philip K. Dick. And the first that I read was in an Ace double book called Vulcan's Hammer. I got it at a bookstore that was run by a guy named Bill Starkenstein in Daytona Beach, Florida. And he also had tons of the 1940s amazing stories and fantastic that were full of shaver material. So I bought a bunch of those and they have been appropriated, so I no longer have them, along with some of the rocks that Shavers sent me from his retreat in Arkansas. And that's all gone, but not the reading thereof, because I was very influenced by that.
It's very interesting. I know Carol Polk Runyon of the Church of Hermetic Science has mentioned Richard Shaver as well, and they made a movie with a Lon Milo Duquette cameo in it related to the Richard Shaver mysteries. You like movies? Have you seen this one? You might want to check it out.
I try to avoid Lon at all costs.
Ooh, shots fired.
Bum, bum. Yeah. He looks like Santa Claus, but doesn't act like Santa Claus.
There it is.
People think he's jolly, but he's one of the leaders of the cult of the...
Did you ever meet Ingo Swann? Ingo Swann?
No, I did not, unfortunately.
Okay.
Alan, I've got a question.
I have an answer. In 1632. Okay, what was the question?
You mentioned that book. The title was The Hammer of Vulcan. Is that what it was?
Vulcan's Hammer.
Vulcan's Hammer. Have you ever heard of the concept? I believe it was Sigmund Freud asserted a very risque notion in his day that Yahweh is a volcano god.
Moses and monotheism. He wasn't the only one who had that theory.
Yeah.
There are extenuating reasons to think that there is some truth in that probably what is considered Mount Sinai is not Mount Sinai, at least from biblical times. It's actually a volcano in the... They're here again. I hope the audience can hear.
Yeah, right.
Because if I'm just turning my head. What is that sound coming at me? Oh,
SB Elger, say hello. Test your sound now. Welcome to the sound test. Looks like you're muted on Zoom.
Hi, greetings. Sorry to continually come in and out the door. I'm having some of this classic technical interference happening in the process of logging in. But
bing, bing.
Welcome to
bing,
Bing,
bing.
Believe.
yeah, like right now, my headphones aren't working. I'm just getting them. You guys aren't getting any feedback from me?
It sounds bad though with the Bluetooth. Like you're really muffled though. Just as a heads up. Super muffled.
It's not working at all.
I can't understand
We hear your
why it sounds
sound.
so muffled.
Yeah, it's,
Are you in a cave? A cave somewhere.
No, I'm just gonna bail out of here.
No,
Yeah, don't bail out. Yeah,
How
don't leave.
often do you get to throw things at me?
So, Alan, you say that the book that Freud wrote is Moses and Monotheism?
That's correct.
Okay, that's awesome. Do you, off the top of your head, can you think of anybody else who was throwing that concept around?
I think that there are people, when I was at the University of Arizona at the same time as Bill Deaver was teaching there, I think Deaver comes pretty close to that, but he has left the notion of biblical archaeology. I think a lot of archaeologists have for basically Levantine and Levantine/Egyptian archaeology, because it's not confined to one area. It's much broader than that. However, there's no direct evidence of the Exodus, therefore no direct evidence of an appearance of Yod-He, Vav-He, as we say, in a volcano, which probably was the original of Horeb or Mount Sinai, which I think was probably one of the volcanic mountains in Arabia.
Is it modern day Syria now? Would it be? I think.
Oh no, it's in
UAE.
Yeah, I would think it would be in the UAE.
Okay. Interesting.
And there are, if you look in Bill Deaver's books, he comes very close to where I stand on a lot of that stuff.
Bill Devers. I'm not familiar with him.
William Dever. Did God have a wife?
Oh, I've heard of this. Okay. I have to look into that. And I'm actually looking into the Pukwudgie. I put it into the cipher. And let's see what we have.
This is the secret cipher of the Ufonauts,
this is the secret cipher.
as found in the Liber de Legis, also perhaps called liberal. Let's
see what we get here.
Okay.
There's a lot, obviously. So, I mean, Pukwudgie. I'm just going to only point out Evernewt, Earth R1, Death Peace, Convert Not, and
on a website, David Barski.
And Joy of Earth. By the way, it's thesecretcipher.com. Head over there if there's anything you'd like to punch in.
There's also a plug for my book there, I believe.
It absolutely is, which you should definitely buy. It's down there at Paranoia
Not
Publishing.
my site, though. It's just some guy that I know from California.
There you go. Shout out to
Everybody
Olaf.
in California is into this stuff,
But weren't we talking about food when we were talking about what would a Pukwudgie eat, I believe, and the third result is an-hungered. So I find that a bit not coincidental. There you go.
At some point, a Pukwudgie, the little creature found in Delaware in the Wampanoag folklore, he's a little wild man of the woods that vanishes. He's got to walk out and his belly's going to cry out. He's going to have to eat something, right?
He is. And I just came right when you said that. I came across number 19, which is Become Full. And
number 19.
I've learned that you do a signal to noise ratio once you have the numerical equivalent of whatever term you're looking up or terms, and you string together the ones that seem to be signal, and you ignore the ones that seem to be static, just like any shortwave or AM radio or whatever. And
do you want to expound upon that a little bit? Because I'm looking at the NAQ sum, which would be 150. And matches, there's 94 matches, so the sum would be 150. If you want to expound a little bit on that for the people that are unfamiliar.
I had not yet developed that when the book was written, but I can supply people with that information. I would have to have one example in front of me, which fortunately, Olaf informs me that there is a book coming out with some of the magical rituals revised based on using the cipher where terms seem to be incomprehensible. I do that just a bit in Secret Rituals, the Men in Black, which is included in the complete secret cipher of the Ufonauts. Plug.
I have right here, yes.
Buy the book.
I know it's a bit blurred, but it's there.
Ooh,
buy the book.
That looks like a real book to me, with covers and everything.
It's fresh, and artwork. It's beautiful.
There's artwork in it?
Oh.
See, Olaf does wonderful things for me, but one thing he doesn't do very often,
interviews?
I don't have a copy of most of these books. Not a copy.
And interviews too. Olaf, I'm gonna say it. We agreed to do a date. Try to set a date back. I think like last year, and just fell through on Instagram. But that's okay. I don't know if you got scared, or not scared, but whatever. It's okay. But hopefully we can get you on and talk about some of your books and Paranoia Publishing. That'd be awesome.
That would be wonderful. A lot of the Paranoia Publishing has an imprint called that they're using for my books now, and maybe other people's. I don't know. Celestial Lodge of Sirius. And that imprint is, I don't know, he's digging into stuff that I wrote 30 years ago. So I hope he's cleaning up the the language a bit, because I definitely have grown as a writer. I got my first break from Illuminate Press, and I was already 50 years old when, I said, Ron Bonds, please publish my autobiography. You're not famous. But ... However, he said, and this was at an OTO initiation where he was the inductee and I was the inductor. There were actually 12 that night. But anyway, he said, however, if the section about UFOs were fleshed out into a book, that I would publish. And while I was still being crushed by my autobiography being irrelevant, torn up by my wife at the time.
That's very interesting. That's a sort of before the year 2000, after the year 2000 thing. Now, today, people can publish their autobiographies in a web blog or a blog, free, no charge, instantly published to a global realm. I don't know what phrase we're using, but anybody who can read. It was thanks to Elongated Muskrat and DARPA and who's that guy about global warming? He was a vice president one time. Al
Gore, who invented pants
for us
as
to be
well.
able to
Internet
publish
and pants.
That was his ex-wife, not Al Gore.
Oh, right. It's a little tripper. Ugh.
So today people can publish their vlogs, their video diaries, their audio diaries. They can get their autobiographies out today, and yet you struggled with this. Now, if you were born maybe 30 years later, would you be...
I would be happier today, I can tell you that.
Would you be blogging today? Would you be publishing on your own?
I don't think so, because I do a lot of podcasts. I mean, I did over 100 last year, I think. And I like being on the answer end, not the question end of things. So that effort at an autobiography was actually cribbed from my doctoral thesis, which was not autobiographical, but was, had some references to what I had been doing from very early on when I was a world traveler. And I don't know what to say to that. I mean, who knows what they would be if they were different. I really wish I had been a little bit later so that I could have a better grasp of the current technology. I'm an end user. Do not fuck with that, okay? But I really don't know about the guts of any of this stuff. And all I know is when things go, like today, I knew I was going to do this program or essay or whatever you call it, juju. And as
underwater
often
basket
as,
weaving.
Yeah, so underwater basket weaving is important. And I've been doing it pretty much all my life, Not always underwater, though. It's just where it starts, and then you weave it with spiders. And
bubble up to the surface till the thought forms in.
Yeah, funny you should say that, because I used to be a free diver. And that's
really
a scary, scary thing.
You have a story about free diving? We also interviewed another guy who has an interesting story about deep diving.
Let's 3.5 minutes.
Let's go. Let's hear it.
Oh, there's no story. I mean, because I
3.5
did
minutes.
diving off of Key West, where I was living at the time, and did a lot of it. And there are a lot of things that people that snorkel or do aqualung dives don't get. One of the things a free diver finds out is what the pressure does to your eardrums. You get down 100 feet, 200 feet, and your eardrums feel like they're going to implode. And even if you wear, plugs.
Protection, yeah.
It doesn't matter. And you have to learn, before you go down, you have to learn how long you can hold your breath and only do half that time so that you can come up and not get the bends, which is unpleasant. So, but the reef there, although they were putting raw sewage in the ocean back in the day in Key West, it was just fabulous stuff down there that if you were using an aqualung, you would be bubbling and making sounds, and that chases away a lot of the more interesting
life forms.
Aquatic life, yes.
Yeah.
But I think my record was 3 minutes and 40 some odd seconds. So a minute and a half down is pretty far down.
That's incredible. Our other guest, Jerry Marzinski, in Weaving Spiders Welcome, episode 49, shares a story about his deep diving in which he had asked to experience schizophrenia and to hear the voices, and they showed up when he was deep underwater, and they were telling him, "You're not going to make it. You're going to die here." Some very intrusive thoughts entered his mind when he was deep diving. You've been deep diving. What are your thoughts like deep underwater? Are they different in any way?
Yeah, quite different. And I would only compare it to one other type of experience that I've ever had, which is after, what was that movie called with the isolation tanks?
Altered States?
Altered States, yeah.
After
Altered States, a number of places began to offer isolation tanks. So for a small fee, I would get in an isolation tank, and you do have experiential things, but because they are experiential, it's very hard to, convey in words. I would say, get in an isolation tank. You will not turn into a gorilla or something. That's the movie.
You'll dream of dolphins loving you.
Not necessarily anything to do with water. You experience something vaguely akin to near-death experiences, only not as real as near-death experiences apparently are. I don't know, because I have not yet experienced anything of that sort, and not, anxious to do so.
There's that.
And then in diving, you have that same kind of thing. What I had been taught and what I was lectured on is don't get rapture of the deep, which is a kind of, I guess it's a ketamine flow or something, but you get sort of ecstatic and you want to stay down.
I could see that, yeah.
And that's that has killed any number of divers, I would imagine. So I was so cautious about that and kept my timing. I had somebody on the the surface that was timing me too, but not that I could have done anything. I mean, I was way down, 200 feet, 300 feet.
Opening Davy Jones's locker?
No, not quite that far down. But
Finding any black pearls?
Yeah. No, wasn't looking for that. Was looking for sharks, because if I saw one, I would make like a leaf, whatever. I would slowly rise to the surface with my diving knife in hand, just in case, like that would do any good, But they don't pay any attention to anybody that's not making bubbles, and I was not. But I got neither the rapture of the deep nor, any kind of really, really altered state, except that there is this profound peace that exists because you're used to there being sounds, even when things are, quote, silent, but there is no air down there, and therefore the only sounds are, I guess, fish farting, or making So, oh, that's a grouper or a dual.
Yeah. So these are breathing techniques and learning to hold oxygen in your lungs in a different way. Now, when you're above ground and you're in a more relaxed position, do you practice any breathing techniques, maybe like a pranayama or something?
I did then. I mean, it was incidental to that, but I was doing heavy sitting meditation with using biofeedback as a way of monitoring where I was. And I would get to a point.
Did you have a biofeedback hat on earlier?
I had a God helmet on.
Oh. Ooh.
Wait a minute. I'm hearing from the Lord. And the Lord say, I watch your show all the time. You people, cray cray. That's all that I know. And all that I need to know.
The blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jesus saying that we're cray cray?
No. That's George Adamski's orthon.
Okay.
Orthon has the same value as Jesus. And we all know that Jesus was blonde and had blue eyes and didn't look Jewish at all.
Didn't look like a Caesar at all?
It looked like Pantera, which is supposedly his Roman father.
Like a Jim Caviezel in a passionate movie by a Mad Max guy.
Speaking of people that don't like Jews, yeah. I won't watch his movies anymore. I mean, I really like Braveheart, but I just feel like he's done such hideous anti-Semitic stuff. I'm not telling anybody else not to watch them because I am not a cancel culture person at all.
Sure.
But I choose not to watch his stuff, even the old stuff where he was, what was the one conspiracy something or other where
I think it was just conspiracy, yeah.
Where it turns out the conspiracy is real, which usually is not the case. But
that is an interesting question. That over the course of your life, you've imbibed a lot of different media and books and popular culture, and now you're in a different place and you've got different ideas and different thoughts. So you've got some favorites in the past, and maybe you're separating from those favorites, and now you've got new favorites, and that sort of ebb and flow of what you like and what you don't like. What are you into these days? What are you into now? What are you liking? Is there anything new that's released in the last 3-4 years that you've been appreciative of?
I think my level of appreciation of jazz has increased a lot in the last 6 or 8 years. And I mean, I previously did not like progressive jazz at all. And I love it. I love it now. I mean, it's just, it's an acquired taste, but once you acquire it, it's great. And blues, I mean, blues, I didn't pay any attention to until maybe 10 years ago. And now it speaks to me volume. So,
Does Balderson have a taste for jazz cabbage? Improvisational musical forms.
It's funny because that one they call it the devil's music, and part of why there's so many that blues and jazz, the whole crossroads with the devil thing is they use the devil's tritone. It's the same thing with Bach, where Bach was considered a rebel, and because he used the tritone that what's his name? Pythagoras called evil because he couldn't mathematically make it work out. It's hilarious.
The daemon, which the word demon is derived from, but which doesn't mean something demonic in the modern sense of that term. It means inspirational. My daemon is like my muse.
That's very interesting. Now we might get into the topic of tutelary spirits. Now, Jeff Bezos, that guy that sells your book on Amazon, on his big website Amazon, that Jeff Bezos.
I don't think he knows that he sells my books.
Brother, and they have a company called Blue Origin. So about a year ago, they're launching their Blue Origin blue balls looking rocket ship thing into a very high elevation, far above our Earth's plane here, and they bring a boy who's 18 years old. He's got blonde hair and blue eyes. He's 18 years old, and his name is Oliver Damon. What do you think that could mean?
It means that outer space belongs to the billionaires unless we do something about it. Who the we is, I will leave to the collective thing. But
Now,
the Jefferson Starship
ritual
suggested
aspect of that.
the rocket is shaped like a human phallus.
Yeah.
Penis, people, and the blonde, blue-eyed thing is. I mean, there are plenty of blonde, blue-eyed people that are not racist.
He's a Dutch teenager, and his father was an investment banker, so they could afford to go to space. Like you said, it's a wealthy expenditure,
extreme wealth, actually. And a long time ago, there was a thing called the L5 Society, which that's one of those points in space, like the Webb telescope, that basically you are equidistant from the Earth and the sun, or something like that. Astronomy is not my strong suit,
right?
Although I find it fascinating. But fascinating.
It is very fascinating, and also the same Bozo brothers of Amazon and the blue space origin, Blue Origin. Their space tourism. Now, they also brought the oldest woman with the name of Wally Funk. She's some 80 plus years old that they brought up with her. A very old woman, an old crone, and an 18-year-old blonde-haired, blue-eyed, very fit, very in shape, very virile young man.
Who was in the middle?
I mean, are we buying all of that nonsense at all?
Me? No.
We all know the tests that astronauts had to go through in order to survive the G-force to do that. And all of a sudden, a bunch of old people like William Shatner has been a fat old actor since the 70s when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Like, it was out of shape, and I don't think could have passed the astronaut test back then, but his old ass can hobble. Hi, honey. His old ass can hobble up onto a spaceship and survive the G-force that supposedly is doing this. And I understand they didn't exit the atmosphere supposedly,
right,
but to survive that at all, even when you're looking at a stealth fighter, the way that stealth fighters the pilots have to go because of the G-force of that thing going. When they reach Mach 3, they have to lean and put their head between their legs and go, ooh, 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 because that G-force literally stops and pulls the blood from your brain right down into your heart, and you will lose consciousness and die. Now, somehow William Shatner's old ass survived that.
Balderson, could
somehow
you say that
some
again?
80-some-year-old lady survived that.
Something
we're
about
that
changing a state of consciousness while traveling to space. Is that really the key here? Is an altered state of consciousness?
If you're spending several $1 million in order to spend 15 minutes in free-floating space, probably that puts you in a mental attitude of, I'm not going to throw up. I'm not going. Yeah, I think he legitimately was there, but I think it was probably stressful and risky.
That noise I was making, brother, that noise I was making wasn't throwing up. That was that the G-force pulls the blood from your brain down, and your heart does not have enough power to push it up. And so you will lose consciousness and die. This is what a young, healthy astronaut has to train to go through. Train in really peak physical condition. This is a heart condition thing where your heart will not even push the blood up to your head. And they expect us to believe that somebody in their 80s had the physical condition. That's something that somebody in their 30s normally can't do. That's why only the best of the best were picked as astronauts. This is a story we're all told.
Yeah.
So this is all mainstream stuff.
Yeah.
And now you're telling me that William Shatner's old ass, who is a fat old man in the 70s,
yeah,
his heart held up to that. That's what they're trying to tell you.
And there's videos of William Shatner after he exits, after his return, and he's just like weepy eye and he's crying. He's like, oh, it's like,
I wonder
what experience did he have there?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
this is strange.
Let me speak to the notion that it's, I think what he is saying is that maybe it was faked and, just to publicize Blue Horizon or
Jeff Bezos, yeah.
Yeah, or the equivalent.
Mm-hmm.
And with the technology now, that's always possible. But I should point out John Glenn was in his 80s the last time he went to the space station, the International Space Station, the International Space Station.
Right.
The less international.
Yeah.
There's a movie with Jodie Foster. No, not the one with the fava beans. The other one where
Contact.
Contact. Yeah. That's
Contact.
Well, they have the Arecibo space radio. And the Arecibo space radio, if you know 007 James Bond GoldenEye, it's a featured scene in that film.
Well, it was blown away in a hurricane, but...
Yeah, what happened to Arecibo space radio, and why was it purposely, it looks like it was purposely dismantled, or...
Well, it was one of the biggest hurricanes in history. So I don't think that they were prepared for that in Puerto Rico. And there were a lot of other things in Puerto Rico that didn't do very well during that particular hurricane. Welcome to no climate change.
Yeah.
It's all the same as it's always been.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's difficult to know for sure. I was reading something online, and I know I can trust everything I read online, but they said that there was a hurricane, some cables snapped, but they said that the final cable that caused it to collapse looked like it was...
Oh, that's not impossible. I mean, but what evidence is there of that?
Yeah.
I mean, it's really, really good to do a signal to noise ratio with all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's all noise, it's all noise. If it's all signal, be suspicious, because nothing is all signal. But if it's a mixture, you have to, exercise some kind of judgment and.
And this is the judgment you exercise when you're doing research in your own writing?
Absolutely.
And can you tell us more about that?
I have, and I think all people do in some sense, an internal dialogue that is constantly debating whether anything that I'm saying, including what I'm saying right at this moment, is correct. It may be incorrect. I mean, I'm not, schizophrenic, but I do challenge myself on anything. I mean, the cipher unquestionably works. Does that mean that Iwas dictated it to Aleister Crowley in March of 1904? No, it doesn't. It's possible,
right? But it doesn't.
It's not what Crowley himself said in the seldom seen cover of the manuscript version, where he says this is an interesting astral projection experience. So that was it's dated 1906, and he told Freder Akkad when they were, bosom buddies, so to speak, that it wasn't April 8th, 9th, and 10th. It was April 1st. Well, April 1st has other connotations too.
It does.
I want to put a pin on something you said. 1904. Did you say March?
Yeah, that's the beginning of the Cairo working. Yeah.
Okay, I got to point this out, everybody.
Do it.
March is Aries. Aries is the host of 2 tarot cards. Card number 4, your card number 19. You just said 1904 in March. So we got the Emperor card, we got the Sun card, all in March, which, by the way, lines up with California and the West Coast in a major way.
Well, my father was born in March of 1904, and he was born on the first day of the Cairo working.
Wow.
So that makes me the actual woo, and I am the woo-woo.
I love it.
I am not the walrus, I'm the woo-woo.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Put it there, pal.
Wow.
Here's the
man,
handshake. Those who know,
Hey,
let them know.
oh, that was a
God,
Blue
those
Origin.
people must hate me. They must really hate me. But when I'm gone, they'll write this beautiful, beautiful, sorrowful obituary. And I have sent instructions to my kids to sue the goddamn bastards for hypocrisy. Because they did that with Marcello Moda. They ruined his life. They ruined his game. But when he died, he was a true human.
Oh man.
Well, let's not think too much about death, but you do have a chair back there. Would you like them to sit you down in that chair behind you? And
No, that's my eldest son inherits that because he and my mother were very close, and that was her chair before it was mine, and it was her mother's chair before that. So,
okay. And some viewers who have seen Hellier might recognize that chair.
They might.
Some way.
Because I teleported it from the Newkirk's living room. Would I lie about a thing like that in public like this? That would be like saying that the earth is round and not hollow. I mean,
exactly.
What's wrong with people? Don't they know that it's flat, but it has an underbelly in the deep in the core of the other side where the turtle
Where the Darrows live?
Gray Barker did a little song about that. It was called The Darrow and the Tiro. Oh, the Darrow and the Tiro will get you all someday. They'll hunt you down and grind you up and make a tasty stew. And like 26,000 others, you'll vanish without a clue. Of course, 26,000 is very, very conservative in terms of people that disappear for one reason or another and are never found. There are a lot, millions.
Yeah.
Shaver said the Darrow got a goodly portion of them, and his evidence of that was one of his, I guess you would say, fans, pulled up behind a truck that was had a flap on it and not a steel door. Back in we're talking late 1940s, early 1950s, and there were human beings, maybe dead bodies or maybe living bodies in the truck. And he said that was either the Darrow or the Tiro taking them to the caves. Well, I've never believed the cave thing, but I think cave entrances are sometimes portals to other brains, B-R-A-N-E-S. I wish they would come up with a different term. Membranes, other realities.
Okay.
And
that's worth repeating. Say that again. Membrane, B-R-A-N-E.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the term that they're bouncing around in quantum physics with several different interesting constructions of that. They seem to think that they exist, but you can't get there. And there's no such thing as a can't get there. It means we haven't developed any way to access that directly yet. But I have a hunch that there are other brains that have accessed it for a long time, and that really is the explanation of how so many cryptids and UFO beings appear and disappear more or less at will. I think a lot of them by design or by accident come into our reality, do whatever they're going to do here and go back or go to another reality, or they're just passing through.
In some way, do you believe they appear almost as a hologram where it's really just light information that makes them visible?
Sometimes, and sometimes they're more physical for the moment. I mean, my one confrontation with a man in black, I was convinced that he was a possessed human being, which turned out was the case, but he also had abilities that the person unpossessed did not have, like disappearing. So he was empowered by something that that defies any kind of rational description. I don't think reason has anything. Reason and quantum mechanics don't go real well together. So we may have a post-rational world to. I always said if quantum mechanics gets into quantum biology, expect everything to change. And I've seen the first glimmers of quantum biology just very recently, in the last year or so.
What are the first glimmers you've seen?
That serious biologists and biochemists are looking into quantum phenomena. In other words, that's the level of existence in which things don't operate. Logic doesn't work.
Is that like a dream logic we're talking about here?
Well, I think it's as real as I am. Actually, I am a bunch of pixels pixelating your screen at the moment. And but the consensus reality sometimes is intruded upon by beings and forces and circumstances that are perfectly real, but which are also at other times insubstantial. And that's based on all of the lore going back to, fairy lore and all kinds of pre-existing notions about reality that really appear to coincide with quantum reality. And my argument is if it works on the microcosm, it probably works in the macrocosm. And that's where quantum biology comes in. So I think just a couple of days ago on my news feed about how healthy cells sometimes mutate without benefit of an external cause. And I think that may be something that has a quantum association, just like there is a quantum reality to brain processes. And I think that the shiny nuts and bolts school of
Can you explain what you're meaning? Because I don't understand. It's like you just keep saying quantum, and quantum means the smallest amount of physical. It's just broken down to its smallest physical of being. So
No.
like that's like you're talking energy and stuff.
No, it's measurable, but indirectly.
Right,
Yes, it's physics. I mean, it's orthodox physics, in fact. When the quantum physics first was expressed in the 1930s, Einstein called it spooky action at a distance, famously. But he came to realize that it was a legitimate but mutually exclusive part of scientific truth. Quanta doesn't mean the smallest. It means the smallest that we have thus far found. There may be.
Right. So it's just broken down to its smallest piece. So I don't understand how that's relating to any.
Because they at that level, they behave in an irrational manner. They come into existence and go out of existence as far as we're concerned. Each quantum goes in and out of existence pretty much without any kind of reason. And the famous double slit experiment shows that at the subatomic level, which is where quantum physics begins to take over from classical physics. By the way, this is, I mean, I can speculate about alternate realities, but this isn't speculation. This is even incorporated into the standard model of, physics as it defines the universe now, and has been for the last 30 years. The interpretations that allow for alternate realities, like the M theory and the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, that is disputed, but it comes from orthodox sources. I mean, from mainstream science. I just would say that if it works on the quantum level, on the level of, quote, elementary, unquote, particles, even the word particles is a misnomer. You've got waves and particles depending on how you look at it, literally. The observer determines. Yeah.
And then we get into the colloquial BS on top of it. There's a lot of mess.
Yeah, I mean, going into it really is not well describable without the math. And that's very frustrating, I'm sure, to professional physicists as well, because if you want to explain why this is so, it becomes very difficult to put into words because, after all, in terms of biological time, we just dropped out of the trees about 15 minutes ago. In terms of geological time, a minute ago. And in terms of astronomical or cosmological time, a second ago. We dropped out of the trees and are trying to figure out something other than reproduction, kill, but avoid being killed, which is basically what our whole linguistic system is built on.
Was sex magic the first form of magic that Adam and Steve or Eve or whoever the first humanoids discovered?
May have been Lilith, not Eve.
Maybe
but
Lilith, whoever they are, whoever.
I think that's a pretty good thing. Although
they didn't have candles and wax, maybe that earwax, but that's none of your beeswax. Don't kiss and tell, right?
Well, they certainly were subject to brushes with death. And the basis of shamanism is to come very close to death, as in a near-death experience, and survive it. Of course, not always is it survived, but when it is, generally speaking, in primitive cultures, which is a prejudice, I think, it is considered to be the credential that makes you a shaman.
Yeah,
and that goes back as long as human beings exist, because we die.
I've walked into a Walmart and witnessed primitive cultures.
Oh, well, that's a real primitive culture. That's Walmart people.
Mm-hmm. People of Walmart. That's one of those web blogs that people have published pictures of the picture. You could have like people of Target, a little upscale.
Or nihilist Arby's. Sorry. I miss nihilist Arby's on Twitter.
There's an argument that goes that we have done so much lampooning of that culture that we have created Trumpism. And I'm not sure what to do about it, because the guy with his ass hanging out of his jeans, buying something off the shelf in Walmart is probably Gomer Pyle, but
right.
Gomer is entitled to his humanity as well. And if you deny him his humanity, he's going to turn to something that says, oh, you're the real people.
Mm-hmm.
It's these elitists that think that they're the real people. And therein lies the dilemma of our society.
Yep.
And maybe Wilhelm Reich ties into this with some of his work on orgone and the psychology of fascism. You have a topic of interest about occult fascism. How does that tie into where we are today?
Boy, I'm not sure if I want to talk about this on a live program. You can't edit.
Sure. Maybe we take it back a few years. Maybe we go back to 1900.
We'll go back to the 1930s because it's very interesting. William Dudley Pelley started an organization that coincided.
The Silver Shirts.
Yeah, the Silver Shirts. The Silver Shirts was indulged in the 1930s. In fact, my father and the local rabbi in my hometown went to one of their meetings. These were two Jewish guys at the Silver Shirts meeting to see what they were really doing. Sure. Anyway, when Japan did us the favor of bringing us into the war before Germany developed an atomic bomb, It's one way of looking at history. It was an opportunity. The silver shirt leadership, Pelly included, went to prison because they were considered subversive, and that was the last constitutionally declared war declared by Congress. So during a constitutionally, mandated war, enemies of the people can be isolated or sent to prison. That apparently includes anybody whose ancestors were Japanese, but that's a different story. Pelly, in turn, was influential with Guy Ballard, who started the I Am movement. That's the Mount Shasta thing.
Yep.
And that in turn became kind of the wellspring of the entire New Age movement. And you have people like George Adamski, who I have it on what I consider good authority to be a rabid anti-Semite. And his encounters with Orthon equals Jesus, the blonde, blue-eyed, tall alien who, curiously enough, resembled the blonde, blue-eyed Aryan ideal of Nazi Germany and apparently Blue Horizon. So it seems to me that while there is a more liberal current in the occult, it is undeniably true that there is a whole long history of neo-fascism and primordial fascism in occult circles, and it rarely gets discussed, very rarely.
And Stephen, shout out to Recluse, because Stephen Snyder's talked about that and written about it ad nauseum, and I know you guys, you're familiar doing that.
Yeah, and that's good. I mean, that somebody's talking
expose
about
expose each, be fair with everything here. And that they did. They seemed to infiltrate the entire whole quote unquote New Age movement, that whole thing. And they're writing it, taking out ads. There's like records of them taking out ads in like old zines or what have you, if you want to call them zines, or in magazines though, where it went up to like old sci-fi pulp magazines where they'd take out ads in there, targeting specific, people in the New Age community, basically, in the early days.
Well, yeah, and I would think still, but it is somewhat isolated because the center of the New Age is California, and California is comparatively liberal and not particularly tolerant of some of the positions. But the I Am movement is still, centered in California. And one arguably could say that some of the Thelemic community, that is the Aleister Crowley, Thelema means will, they say, bad Greek, but yeah. And if you are into the personal will, that isn't too far removed from the national will. And if you've ever seen Triumph of the Will, a masterful movie, the will that's being talked about there is not personal and libertarian, it is Nazism. And so it's not that heavy a slide. For some reason, the grand poobah of the OTO, when I was visiting him for one reason or another,
McMurtry? Which one?
No. The present Billy.
Bill, yeah.
Billy. He had a Crowley's copy, annotated copy of Hitler as He Is, the translation of Rauschning's much maligned book about Hitler. And he wanted me to read it. And since he went out for groceries every 15 minutes, because Bill is a tad peculiar, that category of human beings that usually is categorized as did too much acid in the 60s. Not saying that he did, I'm just saying that's a category.
Sure.
How much is too much?
We all know when we see him.
Well, when you become the grand poobah of this tiny organization that thinks it's a prototype of world change, I would say that's probably a bit on the high side, you know.
Yeah.
Particularly, well, I'm not going to dump on Bill here because there's just too much to do. You don't have enough time. But he showed me the book, and I read it. And I read Crowley's margin notes, and the notion that he wasn't exceedingly sympathetic to fascism is bullshit. Because in that book, which he, you know, that was late in life, because the book didn't get published until 1940. I don't know when the English translation, you know, but it was late in Crowley's life. He was already in his late 60s, and he died at 72. So I would say that was one of the last, you know, things that he did, these annotations. They're not dated, but I would say that's, and they are more sympathetic to Hitler than I would be comfortable with if that were the guy that was the head of my movement and the prophet of the eon, because it sounds too much like the sound of marching feet.
Do you write in your books? Sometimes I'll use a pencil to underline stuff and write notes.
I used to, and then I went through a very, very lean period. When I say I'm poor, I'm right at the poverty line, and have been, I don't know, since I ran out of my inheritance, truth be told. So I began selling off books. I had like 1,000 volumes, and I now have maybe 100. And some of the ones that I sold off were rare books. And the only problem with them was that they had my annotations in them. So I don't do that anymore. I don't dog-ear books, and I don't annotate. I use a bookmark. And
so let's focus on this point for a moment. You, Allen Greenfield, are writing in the annotations of the books, and the rare book collector is saying, well, these books are valued a little less because people have written notes in them. And you're like, well, I'm Allen Greenfield. These are adding to the value of the book. So this is going to increase the value of the book because I read it and I include more valuable information, right?
Yeah, you would think. But
And
most
there's
of
that.
these annotations and most of these sales were before Hellier, before Hellier. So I was almost obscure. Therefore, it wasn't a really great argument with people who wanted an autographed copy of an Anne Rice book.
Right. Oh, man.
What did you underline in there? Vampire. Look, the biggest audience that I have ever gotten, paradoxically, is something I did like 15, 20 years ago on vampirism and orgone energy. It's called Blood and Orgone. It's on YouTube. I think it's now restricted to adults. It wasn't for 15 years, but it's got like 50 some odd thousand hits over the years. So
That's it? That's crazy. I think it'd be more.
That's kind of my next question.
Well, those are
here.
registered. I mean, you
Yeah,
know,
that's a
it
good
has
point.
been mined in other sources. It's like if you look at when you if you do post this program, it probably for the first, you know, period of time, it'll have 100 hits. But unless YouTube pulls it, and that's a Google thing, it's possible. If it isn't pulled, it will continue to accumulate interest if it's on an interesting subject. And then you come back, you know, a year later, 10 years later, whatever, it continues to grow because the people that saw it when it was new may have only been a handful, but the people that see it later or who see it in bootleg form or who see it on other sites or whatever, you don't get those counted. So
Jim can speak to that topic. He's got a show, the prescription only picture show, the RX only, the retrograde show. And that was a few years ago. And now people are like, wow, I'd really like to see all those episodes of that show that you did. in your house, your basement, wherever it was. What's that been like, Jim? People discovering the show that you didn't think anybody would watch, and now people are like, "Oh, I want to see that."
It's insane. Hearing people talk about how they listen to it as they go to sleep at night over and over again. It's just, never would have imagined. I would have been nervous or something if I would have known that it was this important to a culture of us folks.
Yeah,
people want to learn about homunculus. And
well, the danger is that if it becomes mainstream, like a lot of other things that have become mainstream, I saw this happen with science fiction. That was, first of all, it was a bunch of guys, no women at all. And after Star Trek, we had a guy here in Atlanta, which was a fairly typical market, we had a guy that we called Trekkie because he was the only one who was a Star Trek person. 10 years later, Star Trek conventions were drawing hundreds of thousands of people. And the major convention in Atlanta that was science fiction and comic books
We're talking
combined.
about Dragon Con?
Yeah, Dragon Con draws, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 people?
They shut down the city for that. They have entire parades for this event.
You're damn right.
One time. I went in 2017, and I went to meet, this is going to tie all together now, because I went to Dragon Con in 2017 because I was playing this dream-like role-playing game by one Lord British. You might know him by the name of Richard Garriott. Now, he's a space tourist who went to Russia to train to fly to space, to be on the International Space Station, where he made a horror movie on the International Space Station, and then he returns to Earth and then goes to Dragon Con to promote a book he wrote about his time in space. And I was at the Hard Rock restaurant with Richard Garriott, sitting there hearing him talk about how he could poop in space using a vacuum to make it a real clean deal. Of course, we're talking, and yeah. So here's this guy, Richard Garriott, talking about space and this role-playing game that he creates. He did the Ultima series, and his whole thing was, you have an avatar. So you have a character sitting behind a computer, and you create your computerized version of yourself as an avatar. And now you have virtues. Other games would have magic systems in which you beef up your magic skills to kill everything, to destroy everything, and then take all the treasure for yourself. Now, in any plot of any movie or any story, a person who goes around on a murderous rampage and kills anything that they can, stealing everything that they can, this is not a hero. You've become a chaotic, evil villain in the story in which you are portraying yourself to be the hero, to kill the big baddie, to become an even larger baddie. So Richard Garriott realized, well, maybe if we integrate a religious sort of virtuous system to say, you will get some punishment for doing unvirtuous actions, and you will be rewarded for doing virtuous actions. So as an avatar, you'd want to be responsible for the things that you do in this earthly realm. He made a lot of money selling that computer role-playing game. Later on, many years later, he went to Kickstarter to raise a lot of money to make a new computer role-playing game. And then I joined a group of players and met with Richard Garriott in Atlanta, Georgia for Dragon Con in 2017 with a man who told me about his space experiences. And curious enough, Richard Garriott, a very wealthy man, after going to space, decided he was going to visit the North Pole. So what do you suppose he found at the North Pole?
Admiral Byrd, and because Byrd went beyond the North Pole into the hollow earth. And his diary shows, this is Admiral Byrd, I'm approaching the pole now. Going north, I'm at the pole, wait, I'm still going north. Still going north.
Still going north.
North. And there's cities, and there's static.
And that was the last
the
of him.
story of
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
That's always fascinated me. That the whole thing, that just all of Admiral Byrd. And then, are you familiar with what's his name?
Effamondo Giannani?
No. He's current. God, his name will come. He's got a radio show, and he was trying to raise enough money to go to journey up to where Byrd supposedly, past the North Pole, what have you, and find the port of entry, if you will, into Hollow Earth. His name will come to me. He's current. It'll come to me. I'm gonna look it up.
Someone in chat might share the answer to that.
Yeah, he's got a radio show on Truth Frequency Radio. He came on after Billy Ray Valentine every Sunday.
Is it on SoundCloud?
I don't know. I'm gonna find out.
Ra Castaldo?
No, he's got he's got more like not an aristocratic kind of name. I'll get it. I'll pull it up right now. Okay, let's see.
While you're doing that, let me point out that if anyone has, I sense some skepticism and or hostility towards me, and I'm about to go wee-wee. So if you have some bad stuff to say about me, Balderson, feel free, because I won't hear it until I see this on the replay and get so mad.
I definitely would never do that unless you're sitting here, brother. I have no hostility at all. I have a lot of skepticism, a lot of disagreements with a lot of the things that you're saying. But that's cool. That's cool. I mean, I have a lot of disagreements with a lot of people. That's all good. You seem like a very nice guy. I got no hostility.
I'm a really nice guy. I'm so nice. I was making an excuse so you could say some stuff while I go pee, because I'm old and have a
Brooks Agnew
aged
is his
bladder.
name.
Oh yeah.
What I'd like you to do is watch a video of some G-force training of
Let the
some
man go to
young
the bathroom,
military
please.
people getting.
We
ready
usually
to
run
go
into an
a fight.
intermission at about this time for our guests.
Okay. Well,
you're
yeah,
drunk.
I know. I'm real familiar with that. Going back to one of the criticisms of near-death experiences were a lot of them didn't become astronauts, but the pilots that were in that circular G-force accelerator, they would pass out of their bodies, and it was thought by the nuts and bolts people, well, that's evidence that actually it's just a matter of the G-force. And nevertheless, a lot of people have gone into space, not all of them young. By the time the Mercury astronauts, the ones that did
How'd they
go
get
into
past the Van Allen radiation belts?
Well, do you think that no one has gone into space? My middle son thinks that.
Well,
yes.
They moved the Van Allen radiation belts. They moved.
Have you
the
seen
belts.
the moon lander? Go back and look at the videos. Have you seen the thing that supposedly made it to the moon? That's some nonsense that a little child would do a better job of. There's nothing realistic about any of it. Nothing at all.
Well, the most important point on all of that is there's a cameraman already there set up when they take the first step.
Yeah, that's the funny. Yeah, there's
that
on
is
the same thing on the way out as they launch.
Not including that Nixon made a call there.
Have you guys ever seen Unsolved
Awesome.
Mysteries? Have you guys seen Unsolved
Awesome.
Mysteries, where an unsolved mystery occurred and then they use actors to dramatically recreate the event? So if NASA, whoever they are, and Disney, whoever they are, and any the guy who made 2001: A Space Odyssey, Stanley Kubrick, if any of these filmmakers are doing dramatic reinterpretations, that's a possibility. I don't know one way or the other. I think there's a lot of possibilities, and we're definitely into exploring them. But if someone has to empty a bladder or a bowel, we can move to intermission at any point.
We got you, brother.
Well, let me just say that I consider the the big problem with space is that it is moving into the private sector and is likely to become the big mall in outer space. And I would rather have NASA funded than have Bezos and Virgin.
I think I agree 100%.
Yeah,
with that.
the Virgin Mobile guy. What's his name? That British dude.
Richard.
Speck.
Richard.
Branson.
Branson.
Branson or
that's it.
Bronson. Son of Braun. Son of Bran.
Yeah.
Get your cornflakes, get your fiber, and go to the bathroom at any time you need to.
Okay, I'm about to explode here, and I don't have my pee jar. I have done programs. I usually have this mason jar here, and I'll get up real close to the camera, and you'll see my face go a little funny. But I'll keep right on talking, you know. But I don't have my jar, so I could tell you a really bad story, but I'm not going to. I'm on my way to the bathroom. So long, folks. It's intermission time. Coffee time.
Oh man, do you know what's more valuable than Allen Greenfield books?
Let's all go to the lobby.
Jars of Allen Greenfield school
Let's all go to the lobby. I hope I can stand up without beating myself.
Get that flora and fauna. Get that. I've heard. I keep going to Instagram. I don't know why, but they will often show me advertisements suggesting that my bowel movements and my fecal matter could be of great value and interest, and I could join a program in which I could seal it up and send it away to them, and they would give me thousands of dollars if I qualify for this program. Anyone else seen this, or are they just targeting me?
I've seen it.
Do they want pictures of your feet?
And
as
I'm
well?
just about to be 41, and I've seen it. Yeah, right. I need diuretics.
I've never thought to apply to that program.
I've got lymphedema.
That's a serious thing.
Yeah, because it's experimental treatment. There's people that have problems with their gut flora and fauna, and if they can capture your flora and fauna and then
feed it to them,
somehow put it back up into another body and just let it rest in there. I don't know how
they put it in a pill.
Shout out to John Brisson. He knows he wrote the book on it. So
they put them in pills.
Book on
you eat a
fix
pill.
your gut. Yeah.
Now we're talking about
Fecal
BS
matter.
and all of its content.
Yeah, I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Email my producer back.
John's my boy. That's my brother.
Shout out to Jared. We got to get Jared to talk to John Brisson about matters of bowels and bowls and BS.
No, John Brisson doesn't seem to want to email back with Jared. I don't know if it's going in the trash. Jared's emails are going in the trash or what.
I'll call him. I'll call him tomorrow. We'll figure that out. We'll get it square.
That is beautiful, and I guess at this point in the show we can make an announcement.
Christian.
We do have a psychic bingo contest going on now, so anybody who has made their psychic bingo card, I haven't been able to check if anybody's submitting them. I think now would be a fair time to make the announcement again and to extend it to Wednesday. So anybody listening now can make a psychic bingo board. Of course, you can make them anytime. I'm talking about extending the deadline for tonight's raffle drawing for a prize to Wednesday to give everyone another couple of days, or make it right now as you're listening. What we're talking about is a psychic bingo board. This is a magical square, 5x5, 25 ideas, phrases, pictures, idioms, ideograms, hieroglyphs, fingerprints, whatever you want to fill into a square, that is your choice. Now, we call it psychic bingo because we want you to predict in your mind, imagine what topics we might discuss on a Saturday night. So you can play that psychic bingo board as a drinking game. We don't want people to drink or take LSD or any sort of drugs, because if they chose one topic that we mentioned again and again and again, well, we don't want to be responsible for that. So we're not making a drinking game. We're making it a psychic bingo game in which sobriety is important to listen closely, to highlight the squares on your psychic bingo board as the topics appear on the show in the dialogue in a very organic way. So the question then becomes, are you predicting what we'll talk about? Or have you already experienced it? Or have you influenced the show? And maybe the answer is none of the above, some of the above, or all of the above. And that is the great experiment. And here's the great thing about this. You don't even have to play the board. You can create it. And just by creating it and posting it somewhere with a timestamp, so we know that it's before the beginning of the stream on Saturday night, because you can play that board for prizes, but as an entry prize, you will be entered into a raffle. We're going to do that raffle on Wednesday on the Flow State. So we're extending that entry another few days. I know we mentioned it last Wednesday on the Flow State, and we want everyone to have an opportunity to select gifts from the gift pool, the prize pool. It's a beautiful thing. And those are the glasses that prevent you from having
Alan Marcus, Tim the Enchanter.
This is my aura goggles. Now I can see your aura.
Oh, shit.
And I can detect your radiation with my ghost finder thingamajig here. And one of the things I'm... Tim Beckley. Come through. Tim, my oldest friend.
Tim
You had to die on... Oh, there you are.
Oh,
So what did you do with that last book manuscript? God damn it.
Are there monkeys there? Are there beetles or turtles there?
Yes. There are monkeys coming out of your ass.
Is there a house plant? Is there a house plant with these monkeys? Is there devil's cabbages?
Over there.
Is it rutabaga?
Everything is blue.
I think it might be sauerkraut.
Maybe
there's a 3
Yeah, you got the glasses on.
Lucky Charm.
Orbison out. But that is an Orbison. My fault.
Roy Orbison. There's only one.
There is.
Roy Orbison, and he's still dead. Details after we look into the Twilight Zone. Do I seem weirder now? That's because I can see your auras and I know that you're not human. Yeah, I hear you because I've got my glasses on.
Strangeness.
But now I will take off the glasses and turn into Super Jew. Da, 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 da.
Is your powerful phrase Bazinga, Mazel Tov, or something to that effect?
Bazinga, dude. This is amazing.
Mazel Tov.
This is classic shit right here.
Verstehst in Yiddish?
Canadian bacon.
Oh.
Yeah, right.
We have 1 skin, 2
Garlic
skin,
the
3 skin,
vampires.
and 4 skin on the menu tonight, everybody.
Oh.
I don't remember my bris. I don't have a foreskin, and I don't think that was a birth defect. Apparently, from the baby book that my mother kept, every Jew in my hometown was there to watch me get snipped.
Oh, Jesus.
So let's go back to your birth and talk about your placenta.
Oh.
Do you know anything about your placenta?
In those days, probably even my mother didn't know because they knocked the woman out, and the next thing she saw was this little bundle of joy, which, as she frequently referred to me, he looks like a monkey, which all babies do. I don't really hold that against her. So, but I think I was kind of a Wunderkind. How do you say that in English? My parents got married in 1931. My mother was straight out of high school. she maintains. They let her go because they thought she was going to be there another 5 years, but gave her a very fancy diploma. I still have it. Anyway, so they got married in 1931. My mother had one miscarriage. I don't know when. I know it was along the way, but I wasn't born until 1946, end of the year. So I'm a miracle child. And then my mother had a hysterectomy shortly thereafter. So, and my father was born on the Cairo working, and and if you cut me in half, I have an infinite number of rings, which proves.
Oh, shit.
Would I lie on a program like this? I mean, if you bullshit here, how are you going to have respectability on Facebook or Twitter?
Or at the Bohemian Club, for that matter.
Well, yeah. Just for the annual meeting.
Yeah, right.
Do androids dream of electric?
Oh, here we go.
Yes, they do. Next question.
Where's the maze of death?
Does anyone hear that electric sleeping sheep sound?
Yes,
I hear it. Can we get some short stories here or something? Can we?
Ribbit. Sounds like a frog.
I didn't even really hear it because I've got snoring dogs behind me also, so I just looked to make sure I was on.
Maybe we're hearing the dogs.
It's mine.
I can't even hear it.
It's my dog.
I think there's a theory that says that we are all
Balderson, I don't
the
believe
dream
you
of a
have
cat.
dogs behind you. I believe you are snoring. Prove it otherwise.
Feline is
Dude, he's got
dreaming
big
us
dogs.
right
Show
now.
him.
We all exist in the dream.
Show him, Ben.
of a
Show him,
great
Ben.
Feline somewhere.
Those are fake dogs. My mother had one of those that she put outside her door to scare off the robbers.
Smart.
It looked
There's
like
not
a
really
real dog.
too many robbers. I live pretty deep in the mountains, brother.
Oh, that's
but,
where they
we
are.
got-
Are you in Idaho with the other militia people or not?
So you're telling me just like the them governments wherever around the world have captured birds and turned them into biological drones of robots for scouting and surveillance techniques, and every so often they have to replace the batteries on these birds. Now we have dogs. Maybe are they from Japan?
No, they're from China, like everything else.
Okay, because we've seen these walking robotic dogs that look like the remote control.
The
They look
dogs
like
is
they've
the
been
real
programmed.
thing. The cop dogs thing is real.
Mm-hmm.
The bird thing now is just nonsense. There's real birds all the time. It's just a weird thing. They might have been avoiding the cities for a while, but out in the country, I've never not seen birds ever. Freaking wild birds all the time. We got just the last 4 or 5 days, we got two ravens that have basically moved in.
Sorry.
Yeah. So what we're asking is, have those ravens, those large birds, have they been implanted with tiny little cameras, maybe in their eyes or maybe somewhere else, and microphones, so they're used as surveillance in some ways?
No.
I don't know either.
That was great.
I know Sony released an Aibo dog. There are all these robotic dogs and pet lines. Do you guys remember Furbies? They look like gremlins. And these things were haunted and possessed. Returning to the topic of strange happenings and things, I have a story, a personal story. My brother and I, we shared a bedroom. We had a bunk bed, and he received a Barney the dinosaur talking Barney thing, and it would sit on his bed. Now, the problem with this thing was it would talk and it would do the Barney voice, like he'd sing about friendship or something.
I love you, you love me. I had little kids during the height of that.
Yes. So he'd roll over, he'd punch Barney, and Barney would say, I love you. So then we're like, that's very annoying. So I took the Barney doll and I removed the batteries from this thing. They were like large C-style batteries, the big old batteries. I'd take them out because I didn't want to hear it anymore. And then I'd put it back in his bed. took the batteries, they were out of there. Fall asleep. I'd wake up to hearing Barney's voice, and I'd be like, I took the batteries out of that thing. How is it still talking?
Is it Ella or is it Memorex? You recorded it in your brain and played it back. I have that with a doorbell. I used to hear the doorbell in actually the house I grew up in is like 3 blocks from here. I don't know how I wound up back in this neighborhood after having lived all over the world, but here I am. Can you take me seriously when I'm wearing these things? Because I'm looking at my own aura here.
I've been waiting for you to tell us that you're all out of bubble gum. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm not out of bubble gum. I'm into bubble gum.
When you are so elastic and flexible that you chew yourself.
I do. They're real teeth, folks.
Yeah.
Wow. This is not an oral sex thing.
This week in Telegram, I shared a video in which an artist created this slap board with his boing, 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 in which he places a banana into this wire thing, and it has a clapboard, so it goes boing, and he takes a bite of the banana, and he does it all hands-free. And I assure you, no ribs were removed in this process. This is modern art, folks. Modern art.
What is reality?
What is modern art? What is postmodern art? And how are creative people today using the mediums, the digital art, the digital canvases to create representations of strange experiences, weird synchronicities, and other sorts of things? And if they're creating a digital reality through their art and whatever it is, computer aided technology, to create some video or a Zoom call or using a filter on Snapchat or Instagram, and yet that seems to have an effect on reality. Imagine these women using filters, and men too, on digital filters, and they post them and then they become catfish. And there's a semblance of reality there, and people find beautiful people online and they fall in love with them.
And then they meet.
Mm-hmm.
And 3 years later, they divorce. And then they go to court and say awful things about the bowel habits of their partner. Oh, I'm sorry, this is a Hollywood story. Never mind.
That weaves it all back in, because when you left, we were talking about how the most prized possession will be Allen Greenfield's jars.
You know, I can't find my jar. I'm beginning to think it's with the DVD that I apparently threw away.
Is it Buffalo 66 on DVD?
Oh, good one. Christina Ricci and Vincent Gallo. Haven't heard that name in a long time.
I've still got the box for this.
The Brown Bunny? Was it Brown Bunny on DVD? Because that's another
Criterion, man. You gotta
that's
stay in
another
Criterion.
banana joke.
But I gotta ask a question for Alan from SB, who was here and couldn't with this.
Which Alan?
Greenfield. So about the he says ask you about the T. Allen Greenfield versus Alan H. Greenfield thingy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the T is a title, and I used it for many years because I was entitled to, but I have minimized that part of my gestalt because people took it to mean some specific religious notion, that and bishop and other things. To me, those things are empowerments, and they represent an empowerment. To a lot of the people that came to me for empowerments.
What was that, Ben?
I hear your dog.
Mine still? Really?
It's a snoring dog. That's all.
Yeah,
I know.
I'm sorry.
No,
Rosie,
that's no problem. I mean, it sounds
I'm
like
gonna mute it.
a frog.
She's awake now, so.
How come
The ambiance we want.
the red and the yellow M&M keeps popping up behind you?
Oh, it's a red.
It's a dream state.
Ah, I understand. I have dreams too.
It's a
I
really
have a
good
dream
M&M.
that one day, forget it, it's not going to happen.
Do you ever have a dream where you think you're getting M&Ms and you chew into it and you expect chocolate, but it tastes like a Skittle?
Yes. Doesn't everybody? I mean, if you're candy fans, you have, a mixture of
I'm
daytime
enjoying
experiences.
Right.
Hey, look at this ad.
Oh, God.
Product placement.
Does it glow in the dark? Since 3 Mile Island, I hear the cows in Hershey glow in the dark, and perhaps the milk chocolate.
Tastes delightful, radiated or not.
That's what they said when it was fashionable to take radium as a medicine.
Oh man. If only I can get some
it
Chernobyl
worked.
chocolate.
They no longer had whatever disease they were taking it for because they were dead and buried in a lead-lined coffin.
Dead and Loving It is a movie. Has anyone seen it?
I have that on
VHS? Picture disc?
No, when I moved
Laserdisc.
here
Laserdisc.
5 years ago,
You have it on 35 millimeter.
no, I have it on DVD, but it's like a homemade DVD back in the day.
Pirated?
One could say that. I wouldn't say that, but one could say that.
It's a personal copy.
It's a personal copy, yes. Only for religious use.
Yeah.
so-
Do you have any personal copies of books by Trevor James Constable?
They live in the sky, yes.
Okay. That
But
was a
that's-
question from our chat. Wanted to know
Okay.
if you had any thoughts about Trevor James Constable. Is that a pulse of life thing?
No. He lived a very long life. He just passed on, I think, last year before. He was a mixed bag when you were talking about the fascist occult thing. On the one hand, I think his ideas about aerial phenomena, and I rarely use that term, but I think what he was doing was taking infrared photos of things that live in the sky. And then he went on to do, as people in borderland sciences do, trans-channeling stuff and got in touch with Ashtar Command.
Oh, okay.
The evilest of evil stuff. But
Right.
the interesting thing is somewhere along the line, as he wrote a book about the World War II Luftwaffe and how the pilots were sort of chivalrous knights in the air. Maybe in World War I that was possible. In World War II, it was bullshit, They were exactly what the country that sent them wanted them to be, murdering thugs. So why he would write that book, he got a lot of criticism for it, legitimately, I think. I don't know, but that says maybe his personal sympathies were when he wasn't.
I mean, maybe he looked at the other side because, that's no different than assuming that. Even if you're going to buy the whole World War II nonsense, despite all the contradictory evidence and that the story doesn't really make that much sense. The fact is, it's just like Russia today.
We've got a Holocaust denier here. Aisle 3 at Walmart. Customer in aisle 3.
You have a mainstream story denier every time. Tell me when exactly the mainstream's ever been honest about anything.
I don't get that from the mainstream. I get it from relatives who were in concentration camps.
That's
They could all be lying, of course, because I wasn't. I was born here. Thank God.
So here's a question then. If we're talking about
saying
history
nothing
written
happened,
now,
see, that's whole calling it a denier means that that puts it on an A and B thing, and that's absolute nonsense. Saying that nothing happened, obviously a war happened, obviously war atrocities happened. Saying that 6 million people were isolated out and killed, even when their own roles don't have that type of records, and the sheer logistics of that make absolutely zero sense. And then you go back and you look at the Torah, the book of the law, where it says that 6 million Jews needed to die so that way Israel could be returned. And before World War I, the Balfour Agreement was signed between the English royalty and the Rothschilds, saying they will do whatever they can to bring back Israel, which included having to see this 6 million number met, because that's a religious requirement. So saying that I say nothing happened, a denier, that's nonsense. But that's entirely different than saying the mainstream story, which is also absolute nonsense, and that we've been lied to about every single thing ever. Like, provably, every other war we've ever went into was a lie, and everything about it was a lie, and we can find out after. That one we don't get to ask questions about. That one they made laws about that kind of nonsense. But we can look at Vietnam, Gulf of Tonkin. What happened at the Gulf of Tonkin? Nothing. There was a blip on a radar, supposedly, with zero evidence behind it.
But you are going by what the official account is. I'm going by people who are Holocaust survivors that I personally know or knew.
And did they know 5,999,999?
I don't think
blah,
that number is
people.
rounded off, but it was approximately 6 million, because that was pretty much the entire Ashkenazic.
I have a question for both of you.
By the way, the Balfour Declaration was after World War I, not during.
I have a question for both of you now, and Barski as well, all of us listening now. We've had an interesting situation the past 2 years or so, and now we're talking about history and preserving our personal stories with our personal diaries. And of course, 100 years from now, I'm sure there'll be accounts of what transpired between 2019 and 2020 and 2021. So then my question to all of you then is, how do we preserve our personal stories and our personal experiences in a way that will become beneficial to those who read or view our documents? And sort of, you see what I'm saying here? If we're live today, we're witnessing
Go to AlanMarcus.com.
stuff happening now.
I mean, that's what you do.
Right.
Just go to AlanMarcus.com.
AlanMarcus.com. I'll bring it right to you. I'll get all the information
Have
there.
you ever had a dream that you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
Oh, thank you.
I believe I can blog.
The point wasn't to get into a Holocaust debate. The point is those German pilots thought they were doing good.
Of course they did. Everybody that.
But so saying that they didn't have a nobility to them, that's saying that these people were like, yeah, I'm an evil fucker. I'm out to just do
No, that is not saying that. It is saying that they were in the service of a country that was trying to conquer everything it could. I mean, I can say the same thing about Russia under Putin right now. Sort of. I mean, no, it's imperialism.
By the whole Russia thing too?
Yes, I do.
Really? You didn't happen to
I've
notice
never
that
been
during
to Russia. I've played
Berlin Wall came
Tetris.
down, that it was specifically in the treaties that NATO couldn't move onto encroach onto Russia. There's even videos of Biden.
Yeah, there's a bunch of garbage
you're
with
saying
that.
that there is justification.
Russia into war was if NATO entered into the Baltic states. What did NATO do? entered into the Baltic states.
Yeah.
And now we're all going to pretend like Putin's a bad guy here. And
Well,
he's all
he's
like
gone
some,
crazy.
Like,
He has
outright,
gone
and then
crazy.
You're just going to completely
What
ignore
his
that
soldiers are
Ukraine is a money
doing
laundering
in
What
the
it, yeah,
Ukraine
what they're doing,
is
what
unforgivable, regardless
it is,
of what
it is. What he's
says or
doing is
doesn't say.
nuts over
If,
there.
Order
Period.
if
followers are
he's
still
giving the orders,
responsible.
he's a criminal.
He's a
If
piece
he's
of
not
shit for
giving
doing
the
what he's
orders,
doing.
then he has the
Responsible
most
for what they do.
undisciplined military
Yeah.
outside of
How is he a
Burma.
criminal when a treaty was broken against Russia? That's
Because
stood, that was the
treaties
You don't need to
are
kill,
not
like,
the
yeah.
definitive
because we can
as
just do
to-
what we want, and if he tries to go against it, now he's the bad guy. The
Well-
law was the NATO could not go into the Baltic
Therefore-
states.
That doesn't give him the right to murder and destroy Mariupol and do
Russia
what he's.
said war, such as the treaty stated.
Regardless, war
Treaties-
atrocities have
Not even
been.
that old. We were
all
all
treaty
alive when the Berlin
relationships
Wall fell.
are
We were
subject to
all
revision.
alive when the Berlin Wall fell. So we can just do what we want. Russia's whole point was they're just going to surround our border with hostile forces, and that's what we're doing.
We've
have-
had
right.
statues torn down in the last 2 years of historical figures, whoever they were. I don't know who they are. I never met them. I never shook their hand. They had erected statues of people they deemed important, and other people pulled those statues down and removed them. So this is a matter of history and putting it on a record and talking about the history. I'm still asking you all in an open question: how do we preserve our history now as we're living it in the best possible way?
The Church of Scientology has a sort of time capsule thing that they're doing that, but I don't like them. I don't trust them. So does the LDS Church, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. They have a vault, but
Yep.
there are rumors that they have a doctrine. And if anybody here is of the LDS, I respect their right to be who they are, but not to make me who they are, because they have a doctrine of post-mortem baptism. And for a while, apparently, they were doing post-mortem Jewish baptisms. They also are one of the foremost genealogical societies in the world.
Right.
And
that's basically necromancy with a positive spin.
Do
it's
you guys
also
know
showing a total
Ancestry.com?
disrespect for another minority group.
Totally.
And
Absolutely.
that I find utterly offensive. I mean,
Right.
they stopped
Racial
doing it, I
cleansing.
think, but I don't know, because what the Mormon
Who
Church
owns
says-
Ancestry.com today?
Probably the same people that own the Marriott Hotel
I
chain.
think Blackstone just
BlackRock.
purchased Ancestry.com.
Yeah,
Blackstone,
BlackRock. They
private
purchased
equity
it. Yeah.
firm.
BlackRock.
Blackstone, BlackRock, same thing. All those fuckers. Yep.
So, Mr. Greenfield, I've heard that Scientology and the Mormons do not get along.
No, they're the same type, not the same channel.
Yep.
There are Aleister Crowley set up a thing that was sort of offspring of the Golden Dawn called the AA, the Argentum Astrum, they say, is what the letters stand for. There are several rival claimants to be the AA today, just as there are rival claimants who claim to be the Golden Dawn. None of them, as far as I'm concerned, are in a lineal sense. If they were just to say, well, we're trying to recreate something that was good 100 years ago, I would have no quarrel with it at all. But the claim of lineal descent is something that I have looked directly into with those particular bodies of manifestation. And it's a links that were broken over 100 years ago. And a moment of silence.
Yeah, right. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, it's good just to pause and reflect. There's a lot of information, a lot of history, a lot of history to take in.
Snake Jones said Crowley went to the wrong AA.
Is there an Alcoholics Anonymous for?
The interesting thing is that P.B. Randolph, who died in 1875, there are differing accounts of how he died. In his book Ulysses, which was my source for a lot of the stuff that I'm interested in. The original unboulderized version of Euless. I'm still hearing the snoring dog. I used to
ambiance.
Yeah, but it makes me want to. Here, boy. Canaries. What was I talking about?
Canaries in coal mines.
Before
the
that,
smoking guns of histories. The
before that.
Agentum, the Mormons, the Scientologists, these dogmatic religious orders in their own history.
Yeah, they all
Randolph.
say, okay, Randolph, in the book Euless, is very explicit about what he says, and he says that it is part of the AA. Now that's before Crowley was born. So, and Crowley is attributed to be the founder of that particular Golden Dawn offspring, of which there were many, because when it collapsed, it really, really collapsed and into its constituent parts. There was the Christian group that Evans Wentz, no, not Evans Wentz. The Pictorial History of the Tarot, A.E. Waite. He did the Christian version of the Golden Dawn, and eventually the Stella Matutina became a replica of the Golden Dawn, although not linear. And Israel Regardie joined that, and then many, many years later, he gave the Golden Dawn to its current claimant. But he was not even, even in the Dissident organization, he was not a member of the original, nor was he a high degree initiator. Most of these organizations have breaks in their, lineage. And my general feeling is that you are what you do, not where you came from, So if what you're doing is valid, it doesn't matter whether you have lineage or not. If what you're doing is not valid, then all the lineage in the world doesn't, help your case at all. Pearls of wisdom have left you just unable to speak.
I know. I'm loving this. I'm loving it. Yeah. So I have something I'd love to float out there and see if anything sticks to the wall,
as it were.
Yeah. So
well, the shit has already hit the fan, so maybe peel some of it off. And
that's a fact.
So the artist who did the Thoth Crowley
Lady Frieda Harris.
Say again.
Lady
Frieda Harris.
Frieda Harris.
Yeah.
Her genealogy has it kind of fades in India. It's got some roots in Jamaica also, and kind of was hard to track. But I went ahead on the same night, just on a hunch, and I started checking into Kamala Harris's genealogy, which picks up in India and also has roots in Jamaica. And both of them have family members who have changed the subject when asked who they're related to, so to say. Do you think there's a there?
Could be. I mean, it's not an uncommon name, but it could be. Certainly, that's interesting that they have the same. I don't know why anybody. Lady Harris was, first of all, minor nobility. And second, she was a very, very talented artist. One of my beefs is all of these tarot decks were designed by very talented women, and yet they bear the name of the guy who wrote the book about it. Right. It's called the Crowley deck, not the Harris deck. It's called the Rider Pack or the Waite deck, after A.E. Waite, or the company that first produced it, not the Pamela Coleman Smith deck, which is what it is. I mean, it's.
What do you think about the inversion, the change that happened between the Crowley and the Rider deck?
Yeah, where the strength card became the lust card and dropped down into Libra, and the justice card became the went up to August.
And we also have the inversion, you know, with the elements, or with the star. It's like inverted in the Rider Waite deck, I believe.
Yeah, because
That was
it
to throw
says
people
in
off from what I read.
Liberal, it says something, Zaddy is not the star. And on that basis, he changed it up. Personally, well, let me put it this way. I think I may be the senior most tarot reader in America.
I'm glad we're at this topic.
Because I started reading in 1962. The first reading was with the Rider deck, which, see, I'm even doing it. That was basically, other than the little black and white Church of Light deck, which is descended from.
What year did you say again?
The Church of Light, California.
What year? 1960 what?
Two? Did you say 62?
Yeah. I started reading in 1962.
I have a book here from Stuart R. Kaplan from 1973, and it's the James Bond tarot deck. Of course, this is from the
I had
Live
that.
and Let Die.
It was that particular deck. It's very interesting that you would mention that, because there are hundreds of decks now. There were only two back in the day. Anyway, time and tide, I've continued to read. I went through a major breakthrough period in the late 60s, early 70s. My friend Sam and I were just way into the night, just reading back and forth. One time we did this complicated reading where we used every deck that I had. And I would say, you know, the seniority thing probably doesn't mean diddly squat, except that I noticed that about 5 years ago. So I've been like, well, I may be the senior most, except some Romany person, maybe elderly Romany person might have been reading longer than that. But I think I can read the Crowley deck and I can read the Waite deck. And both of them have, well, for the years that I worked for the Psychic Friends Network, I kept a log of all of my clients, and I also kept a log of my degree of accuracy when I used tarot. I didn't always use it.
This is all pen on paper?
Yeah. I don't know if I still have it or not. I have these huge bins that are full of, Olive is going to collect some of these so that they don't, he's my literary executor. But well, you get to a certain age, you start to think about things like that, like what you're mentioning about.
I'm thinking about that
heritage.
now.
Well,
I hope people younger than me think about that. You have
they
to
don't, though. At some point, people stop thinking they're immortal, but I don't know exactly what that is. I don't think Gen Z people or even maybe Gen Y people have ever had the thought, except as a, a movie joke, I know what you did last summer.
Exactly.
Yeah. But they have an experience or something, not necessarily a near-death experience, but something that reminds them or gives them, activates their sense of mortality, changes a lot of things. I know all of these people who think that they're socialists that are Gen Y and Gen Z, and I came up with a formula to assess whether they knew what the fuck they were talking about, and they don't. They don't have any. No, I said, oh well, you're democratic socialists. That's interesting. So, what do you think of? And I mentioned one of the historical Eugene Debs, the head of the Socialist Party, when it mattered, when it had a substantial number of people and could get 1 million votes. And I said, oh, you don't know who Debs was? Okay, well then how about Thomas? And Norman Thomas was the head of what was left of the Socialist Party from the 1930s to the 1960s or 70s maybe. And, oh no, you don't know who that is. Well, how about Michael Harrington? I think he's still living, and he was the founder of the so-called Democratic Socialists of America. He left over the turn to the kook left that the organization took. He was classical socialist. Anyway, they don't know any of that. So how do they know what a democratic socialist? Did they live in Sweden?
Right. Yeah. Okay.
They don't know shit. They
Mhm.
don't know shit, and they don't have the motivation to know shit because
Okay, Google, what is a democratic socialist?
Bernie.
Philosophy that supports political democracy in some form of a socially owned economy, with a particular emphasis on economic democracy, workplace democracy,
And on it goes, but that's an entry from Wikipedia. So Google takes
You ought to
Jimmy
see the
Wales'
entry on me,
Wikipedia.
and then you can judge all other
That's-
entries by that.
That is where I'm segueing to, and maybe in a future episode we'll go line by line over your recent Wikipedia article, and you can.
It's
correct
not
it
mine.
then.
One of Wikipedia's rules
it's
is
your
the person
name.
who's the subject cannot contribute at all to it, and I consider that to
There
be.
it is again. There it is again. This brick wall you hit when you're trying to write your autobiography. You know, you swear on a Bible, this is the truth. I'm writing my autobiography. And they're like, Wikipedia says, no. You can't edit your article. So then you have your enemies or
My
people
enemies.
the people who aren't your best friends. Maybe they are your best friends. Maybe they hug you. Maybe there's a knife in your back now. But however it is,
We're
this
not
is
talking about lawn now, right?
I don't know who's editing these Wikipedia articles. They will
I
say
do.
a
If you look,
username.
you can
Mhm.
see the
You
debate.
can see the moderators.
Yeah. And one of the moderators is a guy who's been trolling me for something like since the 1990s. So
Yeah.
however long that 25 years maybe.
Wow.
And because of some alleged slight that I did where he was concerned back then when I was OTO and he was OTO, and that actually I objected to. I was not in charge. I was the guy that was in charge is now the U.S. Grand Master General, but he did not elevate this guy to the next position. And I said, well, we should take all the people that we just initiated because it was kind of an add-on initiation, you know, and he attributed it to me because I was the local lodge master at the time, and has every book that I've written. He writes a review under an assumed name, but not under an assumed writing style. So and under his own name, he has written some litigation level things about me that are utterly untrue. Like, what do the Free Illuminists charge for their initiations? Nothing. That's what we charge. I must have done.
Is there some magical technique to remove a grudge from your own heart and to remove it from another person's heart?
Yeah, if you want to do the Abramelin working, as sort of described in the, what's that movie, A Dark Song? The closest I've ever seen to an actual.
That's from like IFC Films, A Dark Song.
Yeah, and it's.
Recommended viewing for sure.
Excellent
Yeah,
movie.
absolutely.
You're ready. If you're ready, not everybody's ready to watch that movie.
No,
no, it's. I think the scene where the guy masturbates is gratuitous, and I'm certainly in favor of sex in movies. But that was, you know, a movie about magic, and he says, "Oh, this isn't about the magical ritual. I just wanted to."
It's overt and it's stupid. It's overt.
Yeah, that's the
ridiculous.
question I was opening this very weave with, asking you. I said, magic and occultism appears in popular culture, especially through movies, oftentimes horror movies, and which movies most accurately, whatever that means, display magical rituals and workings, whatever that is. And would you say A Dark Song fits that criteria?
Yeah, that and a few others. I mean, and it depends. Some of them have negative views of the occult, but are fairly accurate in what they depict, like Curse of the Demon, a 1957-58 movie with Dana Andrews, and who was a hero of mine because of his World War II movies, which, of course, they were fantasies, right? You know, like, well, be that as it may. So I feel that there are not a lot of accurate movies about the occult. And I will say one thing that's
I don't know. Was the Ghost of Kiev a fantasy, or were you one of those Ghost of Kiev? Woo! Or was it a fantasy? I don't know.
Ghost of Kiev.
Ghost of Kiev. No, it's a,
oh no! I think
that's a joke. That's a video. It's a
I'm
video
gonna knock
game.
out like 12 Russian MiGs in like 12 minutes, just like bam, 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 bam.
That's from Ace Combat. It's not real.
You remember the weapons of mass destruction?
Part of this though is also clickbait.
We're talking about the occult though.
Part of this
I think
is
that the
clickbait.
first,
I've seen a lot of strange
the first
clickbait.
victim in any war is the truth,
Mhm.
and that's just the case. So I don't fault the Ukrainian. I know who was invaded though.
Yeah,
and I
that's
know
fair.
that the accounts. I mean, the media people have.
Apparently, you only know a short-term part of it because you can't look at the treaty that was done. Just
No, I
a
don't
short
give a
while
damn
ago
about
that
the
it
treaty.
was
I
over.
give a damn
know.
about school children that get murdered. I mean, in person.
And
I'm
you
not
think
talking
the
about an
Russians
aerial
don't?
attack
You
or
think the
something. I'm
Russians
talking.
don't? Do you think the Russians don't?
Nobody has
Do you think
invaded
the
Russia
Russians
since
don't?
Napoleon or Hitler. Your
Yeah,
friend.
what do you think happened when we all of a sudden move onto their border and surround it with weapons? And then
Well,
ends up
if
looking like Iran?
you're paranoid and think that that's a prelude to an
Do we go to war with Iran like every 3 years, even though we got 80 bases surrounding their country?
we haven't gone to
They
war
can't-
with
they
Iran
couldn't
ever.
start without us sending a missile into them.
Frankly,
Russia doesn't want
think
peace.
the great error was not
And we
supporting
signed
the
a treaty
Shah.
that says we
So,
will make sure that doesn't happen.
so
NATO
you're
said sign a treaty that says that
you're
will never happen.
pro-Russian and anti-American, is what you're saying.
No, I'm pro. We broke what we said we would do, and now Russia is retaliating and pretending like we're the that somebody else is the victim in the situation. That's some jackass shit. That's like
Ukraine
kicking
did
somebody
not
and
break
then when they
any
punch
treaty
you in the
because
jaw-
it isn't a NATO member even
Really,
now.
they didn't. They signed a treaty at the fall of the Berlin Wall that said NATO will never enter the Baltic states.
So what?
Was that a thing that got signed?
Nothing is written forever.
That's a huge so what. Obviously, it was such a big thing that they signed a treaty over it. It was a breaking point. The current president gave a speech that said Russia will never go into war with any of us as long as NATO never enters the Baltic states. Gave a huge speech about it. You can watch it on YouTube.
I've
It's
seen
real
it.
simple.
Who is NATO?
Yeah.
And what is NATO up to these days? What is NATO?
North Atlantic Treaty Association. Why they're in a Baltic state, I'm not sure. But yeah.
It is a very interesting thing, and usually on these weaves, we
Remember
try
them weapons of
to
mass
recent events. I will
destruction,
say.
bro? You remember
Today-
them? How about them incubator babies?
Today,
Like, all
the
stories
Eurovision Song
shoved down your
Contest
throat.
out of Italy hosted the European entries, and including Australia for some reason. So if you're familiar with this idea of a European Song Contest, for a long time it was
Eurovision.
ABBA, Swedish sort of
Yeah,
pop
Eurovision.
music. So
It's
Eurovision
going on this weekend. Yep.
It happened today.
Oh, it happened. That's
I
right.
watched
Did
it
Ukraine
live.
win? Because
Well, okay. Spoilers for anybody who doesn't want to hear about Eurovision.
I heard the
Cover your ears
song.
for 3 minutes. Okay, for the next 3 minutes, I'm talking about Eurovision spoilers. What happened today? Eurovision hosted in Italy. Remember, maybe Mussolini had trains running on time so people could get to Eurovision on time in Italy. So Italy hosts, and they have their song contest, and entries are European countries plus Australia. So on Tuesday and Thursday of this week, they had 40 songs for world peace. I don't know, peace in the Middle East. I don't know. I don't know what the point of this is. It's Eurovision. It's a song contest, but it's also a beauty pageant because it's a very visual thing. And the reason I bring this up is because the amount of time, attention, energy, loosh, whatever it is that goes into this televised, live streamed, simultaneous, broadcasted world event that so many people tune into, including people in America and Africa and Australia, and all over. Everybody tunes in and focuses on this song contest, which has a political aspect to it. And we hate to get political, but everything is political and everything's weaponized and everything is divisive. And then you get to a song contest where you're going to sing and dance and politicize and have a platform to speak. And this year they did not allow Russia an entry. Russia was not allowed. Russia usually sends grandmas, babushkas, to sing and dance. Russia was not allowed entry into the contest this year. I said last year Italy won, so they hosted it this year in Torino, Italy. And today was their grand final to decide who amongst 24 European countries and Australia, so somehow Australia gets involved with this. Mad Max again, I don't know what's going on. And then the winners are, well, okay, it's very interesting because it ties into our weave. We're talking about Spaceman. There's a UK song, and that's the topic. He's Spaceman. He's kind of got the long blonde hair. He's kind of a hippie dude, kind of Spaceman, because I'm in Spaceman. He was a top point earner, and I'm not going to get into how they calculate, tabulate points and hanging chads and voting machines and whatever it is. But the winner happens to be a country that we're discussing now, Ukraine. So Ukraine wins with a song about Stephanie, which seems to be
heard it. It's like a rap.
matriarch.
It's actually a really catchy song. I heard it. Yeah.
It's an interesting piece of music. But what is interesting is Ukraine wins. And as soon as Ukraine is announced the winner, this guy named Zelensky posts to his Telegram channel, his official Telegram channel, Telegram being an internet communications platform by Pavel Durov, who is a Russian, but he's not welcome in Russia for whatever reason. So he's created this platform for people to communicate. Weaving Spiders Welcome uses Telegram to communicate. So that's what it is. But now the important point I'm reaching here is that now that Zelensky announced that they will host in 2023 the Eurovision Song Contest because they won the song contest. So the record keeps spinning. History keeps writing and rewriting itself as the old aggressions and the old family betrayals and the old tribal conflicts continue ad infinitum. And now the weapon is music, because we're all assaulted by Eurovision pop songs and ballads. So, and spoiler.
Yeah, but that isn't the only event that has I don't even know how Eurovision decides who its winners and losers are. I'm not even sure that I like the idea of winners and losers, but the same thing is true of the Miss Universe pageant. You know, I don't think it makes Trump a Russian tool because he did the Miss Universe in Moscow.
It's ridiculous.
He may have done things that made him a Russian tool while he was there, because he may have thought that hotel rooms were private, which
maybe he likes caviar.
Yeah.
He likes women,
Whatever.
that's for sure.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody, contests
Does he like
that.
caviar more than McDonald's and chicken nuggets?
No, I think he likes McDonald's more than he
Chicken
likes
nugget
caviar.
dreamland is America. Do the chicken nuggets taste better in Russia?
But
I hear they
Miss Universe is usually a country that is popular. I mean, during the apartheid thing, South Africa was allowed into the contest, but they never seemed to win. And disclosure, I had to do the Miss USA and the Miss Universe pageant because my father's company was one of the sponsors for several years. So we went to Miami, which is where they always held it back then. And so I met Miss South Africa. She was a knockout,
Did you get a picture with her?
No, I didn't have a camera with me. It wasn't allowed.
You got a mental picture. You'll always remember that.
Yeah. It was a memorable occasion for a lot of reasons, but the main one was, it was the last time I saw the mother of my first girlfriend, who shortly thereafter, her and her third husband and another couple were flying over the Bermuda Triangle and were never seen again. True. That's what I remember, because I remember seeing her there, and she was sort of indicating that husband number 3 she wasn't likely to stay in that relationship. So
Was that a private jet that went into the Bermuda Triangle? Was it like a charter jet?
No, it was I think one of the male people who I did not know was a pilot.
Okay.
And it was probably a Cessna or a Beechcraft or, a single engine, the sort of thing that the Triangle eats.
Yeah.
It's not wise. I can tell you a very funny story about my father in the Bermuda Triangle. You want to hear it?
What is Bermuda?
Absolutely.
And what is a triangle? And why are planes disappearing there? And what is the story? Let's weave it all together.
Okay. Bermuda is a country. It's on one of the points of what is loosely described as a triangle, Miami being another point, and I forget what the third point is.
We have a lot of young Zoomer listeners that we're trying to reach and we're trying to teach.
Okay. Well, everything that I said about Gen Y and Gen Z, I meant every word of it. And you are going to die someday, maybe soon. You're not immune.
It is
probably very soon, actually.
So be careful
live long
what
and
you
prosper,
live
right?
for.
Live long and
live
prosper.
long and prosper.
Live long and prosper. Don't end your life too soon.
No, and if you have
more
thoughts
interesting.
about maybe I'd be better off dead, call suicide prevention. I think I prevented several when I was with psychic friends, because people during that period would start out with, well, what do you think about blah, 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 blah. And then they would say, and I'm sitting here on this ledge, and I would instantly go to a different mode. I'm not being Mr. Psychic Friend. I'm being, well, the company says you have to use your other dedicated phone to call suicide prevention or the police. And I think that's the worst thing that could be done. So I talk them off the ledge. And I would say in the 5 years that I was with psychic friends, I must have had half a dozen people, and they always started with some, legitimate question. And then 5 or 10 minutes into it, they would start talking suicidally. And I would give them, I can't guarantee that they never did themselves in, but I can guarantee you that I talked them off the ledge and gave them some reason to have hope in their life. I may have been lying through my teeth. Doesn't matter. What I said, I couldn't even reproduce now, because I was in emergency channeling mode, and I was
from
just
a higher mind, from an angelic source. Where does that come from?
if it's really from a higher mind or an angelic source, you don't know it when you're doing something like that. You are what you say.
Heart chakra opens wide and just pour out love.
Well, I think fear was my motivation. I'm not much of a love person, but I am much of a alarm, dealing with alarm situations. So I don't know which chakra was involved, but I do know that I was saying apparently the right things to be saying to this particular person, and I tailored it to the individual, which is something I didn't like doing, because I tried to, call them as I saw them, because that's what I was, that was my job. But
is that like a confessional, like a father or a priest or a bishop?
It's exactly like that. In fact, it was still something of a anti-gypsy law in Georgia at that time. It isn't anymore. So I went to the trouble of going to Reverend Kirby Hensley and took the course in soul clinic license. So I had the soul clinic license up on the wall next to where I had my dedicated phone line for, as we called it internally, the Psychotic Fiends Network.
Oh man!
So where I was? The Bermuda Triangle. Okay,
yeah, there we go.
So, starting fairly early on with ships that disappeared in that area, never to be seen again and never to be washed ashore. And then in World War II, towards the end, there were a number of planes that disappeared, including the most famous, the 5 Avenger bombers, I believe they were. They were, in fairness, they were training, but they were, when they showed up missing after having said some incoherent things to the, I guess the air traffic controller or whatever they had in the Army Air Force in those days, they sent out a rescue plane that was equipped to do, hurricane type rescues, and it disappeared too. And there have been many cases since then, not the least of which is the one I'm talking about that I, knew one of the people there. And in fact, her daughter showed up at our National UFO Conference in Atlanta many years later. And I thought, she's probably looking for answers on her mother, and we don't have any answers on that. Maybe she's alive on the planet Piwam, or has passed to another dimension, or she's certainly passed to another dimension by now. But we really don't know. I'm not even sure that the Bermuda Triangle is as deadly as it is advertised to be in the sense of anything supernatural. I think that that is an area where, my folks like to go to Miami every July. So I've been in squalls. I've never been in a hurricane, but I've been in squalls, and they're sudden and they're violent, and you can't see anything. And probably in an airplane, that would be not good, particularly the further back you go in time in terms of, no GPS, no easy way of knowing exactly where you are. But I don't discount it. I just say that there are, if there are alternative explanations, they should be explored as well. End of Bermuda Triangle talk. We're not going to talk about the Alaska Triangle. Things disappear in Alaska all the time because Alaska is mostly,
Talk about.
well, it's a current program on Discovery Plus. So I'm not much on.
Rays are.
I have a friend who spent some time up in Alaska, and he was good friends with a bush pilot. And this bush pilot, he would get drunk. Every time he'd go to the bar, he would get drunk, and he would tell everybody about this thing that he saw. He landed, he was flying around the side of a mountain, and there was this giant granite gates on the side of the mountain, like huge granite doors, like probably 50 feet tall, huge on the side of the mountain. And he landed his plane in this little spot on the edge of the mountain and went up and looked at it. And he knew where it was at. And he spent every time he would get drunk, he would tell everybody about it and try to get people to mount an expedition to go look at it and figure out what it was. But everybody thought he was just a big old drunk. He had like a big rock hard belly, and he ended up drinking himself to death, and nobody ever went and checked it out. But there's a lot of weird stuff up there.
Well, keep in mind that it's, except along the coast, most of Alaska is uninhabited and uninhabitable pretty much, even for the Inuit people, the native peoples that have lived there for thousands of years, apparently.
Dense forests.
Yeah, dense forests. It is, some people move to Alaska because they think it's a frontier, and it is. It still is. There's a whole school of jokes, none of which I remember one, but it is filthy. They're called Alaska jokes, and they date from the
We can talk about filthy jokes.
Well, I'll give you the punchline and just leave it alone. Next time it's your turn in the barrel. And they're all like that. And apparently it was the fact that there were 20 men to every woman during the gold rush at the turn of the 20th century in Alaska. And it's still disproportionate. It's far more men than women. So I guess those jokes still resonate there. But it's it's not really, I mean, there are glaciers. They seem to be melting for some reason, even though there's no global warming. They are melting, and there are forests, and there are wolves, and there are, it's frontier land. And, that appeals to some people, doesn't particularly appeal to me. And my youngest son got wanderlust, I guess, which we all go through, or most of us do. So he took a job on a ship, got his maritime license to one of these cruise ships that in the summertime they go from, I guess, from San Francisco to Juneau, Fairbanks, something, I don't know which town. And it was one of the worst experiences of his life. He said, it's beautiful up there, but the ship treated us, meaning the crew, like shit. So he joined the union at that point. So good for him. But he doesn't do that anymore. However, his employer still sends me attractive brochures on their Alaska summer tours. There's no point to that story. I just wanted to. And where, talk about occult films, where is my eldest son, Alexander David Greenfield's movie Lullaby, which was filmed a couple of years ago. It had a long pause because of COVID. Major production. He got, he was a screenwriter, so he got paid in advance, but that movie has never come out. And that is a movie that all of his movies are either disaster movies or occult themed sort of Roger Corman-ish movies. But this one, he tapped into what he grew up with, which was actual occult stuff. And I've seen either scenes or a rough cut, I forget which. It's been long enough now that I don't remember exactly. And it is authentic occultism, right down to the, to the words that are used. Oh, another movie that touches on real occultism is Peggy Sue Got Married.
Oh, good one.
Yeah, I mean, towards the end, that is towards the end, where they're in the Masonic Lodge, which they don't call it that, they just call it a lodge, but it was clearly a Masonic Lodge. There's a scene that John Carradine, I think it was his last movie before he passed on, and it's John Carradine, not David. David passed on in a closet doing some complicated rope work with masturbation and so forth. At least that's the story that we're told. But it was in Bangkok, I think, and anything is possible there.
Bang and cock.
Yeah. Well, also one of the best artists from the heavy metal period, Von Bodie, I think he died in the same way. Apparently, if you don't pull the ripcord at just the right time, you're out of there. I would be much more inclined to have somebody, do the 10-second. But
since you mentioned Peggy Sue Got Married, I got to say, and since the theme of tonight is dreams, my childhood dog was named Peggy Sue, and when she passed on, I had a dreamlike experience. I'm not going to call it a dream, even though I was in the dream state when it happened. But what it was a false awakening. I had woken up and I left my room, and I fully was aware that she had passed on. And I walked into my living room and looked over against the wall where she normally would lay. And the sun was coming through the blinds, and it was super bright, super vivid, which was interesting because the way the house that I lived in at the time was positioned was positioned to where the sun wouldn't come through the windows like that. So that was like the first sign of like.
And the grass is really, really green, and the sky was really, really blue, and the sun was really yellow and bright.
Yeah.
I had a dream like that too. I'll share after yours.
And
have you told that story before? I mean, I'm having deja vu here.
And I walked into the living room and I saw my dog who had passed on just like the day or two prior, laying in her normal spot against the wall. And my first initial reaction was to go get my phone and go take a picture because this is amazing, she's back. And then as soon as I took one step to go get my phone, because I knew it was back in my room, this angelic light being came, and it told me, "Why are you doing that? Like that, you can't take it back with you. This is personal for you." I said, "You're right. That's stupid." And so I turned back around and sat down in the living room, and my dog Peggy Sue came over to me, and I pet her, and the light being stayed with us for the rest of the dream. Then I woke up.
But you're sure you were dreaming? I mean, did you ever? Where were you when you came to, when you became conscious? Were you still in bed?
Yeah, I was still in my bed. So it was like a dream, but it was also like a false awakening experience, and it was super vivid.
Yeah, I had a dream just like that. Similar situation. My mother had passed, and in this dream, I'm sleeping, and I hear her voice outside my bedroom door saying, "Wake up, wake up." She says my name, and she says, "Wake up." And I'm like, "Just give me 5 more minutes." So in my dream, I'm still sleeping in a little bit, and then finally, I wake up, I get out of bed, get dressed, walk downstairs, and it is the most perfect day. The sun is shining so brightly, lighting up the entire house. The grass is so green. The sky is so blue, no clouds. The sun is so golden bright, and it's just the most serene and peaceful state. And then I stayed in that state for a while, and then I woke up, and for real. And then I woke up and realized, wow, I had woken up and it was real. And Alan, you said that this was a deja vu experience just now?
The story he was telling, I'm not calling it a story, I'm just saying the narrative that he was telling, I felt I'd heard it before, but I doubt that is possible because I've only seen one episode of your program that he was on, and he's a pirate, so you never know. But I like before he gave before you gave the end of the story, I knew where it went because it was a deja vu thing, and deja vu has some rational explanations, but I knew the end of the story before you got to it. So that's a little bit like, there was a pause there. I said something, Jim said something, I think, and then you've continued the story, but I already, knew where it went, including the angel or whatever. I have a story about what may have been a dream, but I don't think so. By the way, it's discussed in The Grail Within, a book by Allen H. Greenfield, DD, PhD, etc.
Keep it on my bedstand. So maybe that gives me strange dreams.
It might. You might know the story if you've read the whole book repeatedly and with gusto.
I will.
Which I encourage.
Over the course of my life. Living long and prospering, I will live a very, very long life.
I certainly hope so, but we never know. You know what my magical weapon is?
Metamucil.
No. It's the chronograph. because
Chronograph.
it's the reminder, to use the term from the poet, I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep.
That's brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
I just ordered a couple books off of Amazon. I ordered Dr. Randolph's Magical Elixir, the story of the 19th century genius who created Western sexual magic.
I believe I wrote that book.
I believe you did.
Mm.
And the Roots of Modern Magic.
Whoa, I hope you got the current edition, because the previous edition from another publisher was, they put it out like it was a knockoff, you know, just no editing, no proofreading, no nothing. And it's...
How would I know?
You want it to be
if
from the
everything is
Celestial Lodge of
misspelled in
Distributors?
it, it's probably the old edition. But look at the copyright page and see what it says. Who
The
the publisher
Celestial
was.
Lodge of
No, that's the current one.
Sirius.com is a website you can visit. Perhaps it has information about the up-to-date versions of the books, including this updated edition of the Grail Within.
I don't know if it's got the same cover on it as
Well, I think there's a picture of Randolph on the cover, but I'm not sure. Like I said, I don't get copies of all these books. You know, a few of them I have, but mostly I would like to, you know, see if there's something in it that maybe I would like to revise, you know, like,
Yeah.
where were you during the JFK assassination? Well, I was
Maybe,
halfway
good
around the
idea.
world, but I do know Carrie
Contract to
Thornley.
write it
you know.
in that they would send you, 10 copies of the book once it's published, so that you would have them. for
They
your
used to do that, and some of the big publishers
Is
still
it a paper
do.
shortage thing that's going on now? What is the excuse?
No, it's like if you have occasion, as I
Mhm.
have in the last 24 hours, to call customer service for any service that you have. First of all, they don't have much personnel because of COVID. And
Mhm.
secondly, they farm their stuff out either to nobody at night, whereas, you know, some services like, I wanted to do this program and my computer was, well, actually my modem was not handshaking with my tower, okay? And all of my peripherals, which are Wi-Fi, they were fine.
Mhm.
So I try calling, they hang
So
up.
you need to talk to a computer wizard.
Yes, well, I wanted to talk to my provider, and getting through to them is next to impossible. I had a problem with them about a month ago when I had the new modem installed, and it was, first they wanted to charge me for the installation. I said, no, I'm a 15-year customer, and it took the guy 3 hours to put it in. So imagine what it would be if I was crawling around on the floor doing that myself. You don't send something to an old customer who is also an old customer and expect them to crawl around and know what they're doing, because
I began my initiation into the IT wizardry fields and was becoming a certified computer wizard for a while. And that was the biggest frustration I had with it, was as time passed and software became a service, and they used to print thick manuals for their software. Now it's not documented, or it's on a web page, or nobody knows because they update it in real time to patch the bugs. And in doing so, they patch bugs, creating new holes and vulnerabilities in other places. Computer wizardry is a very difficult field.
Yeah, I know a couple of people that that were like ground floor, not as in stealing DOS for $20 or something and becoming multimillionaires or billionaires, whatever, but who were interested in what were then called mini computers, meaning, you know, towers, as early as the early 1970s. They said, oh, you should invest in this. And I laughed. And
what we'd call a personal computer.
A PC.
Which is now politically correct or incorrect, depending on how.
It's a little of both, I think. But in any case, one of my friends was a guy named John Crow, who is now Dr. John Crow of something or other. We're not on the same page anymore. He's sort of the
You telling me he doesn't have a Wikipedia article about him?
I don't know. I don't look up anybody other than me.
Never Google yourself. Never Bing.
Oh, I've
yourself, and
Googled
especially
myself.
don't
There are
Yahoo
thousands
yourself.
of pages that I'm mentioned on, but I haven't gone to all of them. I'm not that hungry for,
They used to call them glamour searches. When you type in your name, it'd be a glamour search. So is there a glamour magical element to all of this?
Probably, but I just
marketing and PR.
Yeah, somebody wrote me today, and they were really. Oh no, they didn't write me. It was on the YouTube first entry for a long time on Blood and Orgone, and the guy was just basically complaining, as if I had anything to do with it, that Google is selective as to what it publicizes, because in one place it said this is for a mature audience only, which is Google or YouTube did inform me that they were doing. I said, it's fine. Didn't make this for children. And I mean, they offered me a chance to defend it, but I'm fine with it being an adult thing. And at another place, apparently it's still open to everybody, which is, I got kicked off of Facebook and I found a side door. So I may be kicked off, but I do have a presence there.
Fuck you, Benjamin Franklin. I hate Benjamin Franklin.
We don't like Benjamin Franklin here.
Sorry, I just had to throw that in. I think of Facebook, and it kind of riles me up because I hate Facebook too. So I just throw all my blame into Benjamin Franklin.
I don't think he was a contemporary of, well, I know a Benjamin Franklin from West Virginia, but he's a direct descendant of that guy, but he's...
Really?
Yeah.
Hopefully
Same
he's a
name.
good guy.
Was a friend of Gray Barker's. That's the only way I knew him.
Strange. So that's just adds to the Gray Barker thing, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Lore.
and Gray was inclined to mention his personal friends, me included, in his.
Who's Gray Barker?
He was one of the first gen ufologists, and if you know any of his work, it would probably be the one bestseller that he had, which is "They Knew Too Much About the Flying Saucers," 1956.
Wow. And they named the Greys after him.
Oh.
No. The term "the Greys" goes back a long way. There's a science fiction book from the 1930s called "The Gray Aliens." And then there's a Crowley sketch of his occult friend Lam.
And then there's a book, Communion, Whitley Strieber, who has this same facial image of a thing on the cover of it too. And I was listening to someone, and I forget the guy's name. He's a psychologist. He's talking about it, and he says the eyelids kind of look like lips, which kind of look like the female lips, not these ones, but another pair of female lips on the eyelids.
Vagina.
A lot of vagina. That's Austin Powers reference, I think I'm hearing.
No vagina with an F.
Okay.
I don't care for Austin Powers, but that's neither here nor there.
See, that's the thing I'm trying to get at. There's a guy, David Huggins, who said he had a relationship with
that guy.
Something, a woman. He had children with something that didn't.
The hybrids guy. The hybrids.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah.
He used to show up at conventions. I don't know if he's still around or not. But
So you met him? Met this guy?
I suppose I have. I mean, at conventions, people. There's the group of people that organize the convention. I know all of them. And then there are people that come in, like our largest was the one in New York in 1967 at the Commodore Hotel. And there were like 10,000 people there.
Damn.
Jim Mosley spent $12,1967 on the convention. So Roy Thinnis was there, the star of the then current The Invaders in color, Quinn Martin production.
Here's a terrible idea, and I don't want Zoomers to get this terrible idea in their mind, But if, hypothetically speaking, a lonely Zoomer teenager, somebody who's alone in their bedroom at night, and they want to find, I think the terminology would be an alien GF or alien BF, best friend, boyfriend, girlfriend, an alien lover from Astral, a succubus or something, do we advise against that? Or maybe we would advise against that, but then also say, how would you go about doing that? And was it David Huggins reached out and called out to someone and said, please, I'm very
I need to get laid. Yeah.
I need to be drained.
Yeah.
My feeling, one thing that John Keel, I was not a great fan of his nor him of me, but one thing that he pointed out was there are far more silent contactees, that is, people who have really, really weird experiences, but they don't want to share them because they wind up in the ding ward, or their neighbors will move out, or they'll move them out, whatever.
Yep.
And but that being said, there are a lot more stories like Huggins' story than is generally thought. I think I devoted a couple of articles on my MeWe page. MeWe. Well, I pay for that, so they won't kick me off, unlike Facebook. But which didn't actually, I say robots kicked me off, because it wasn't like somebody did it.
AI algorithm flagged you and said, no, thank you. This is not advertiser friendly.
And the way I know that it was that was a machine doing its whatever, whoever programmed the algorithm. If somebody actually did it, it wasn't
reprogrammed by another algorithm.
Exactly.
There are content moderator staff members, and I know all these platforms have content moderator staff, including Telegram. I know there's a Telegram bot that I communicated with to determine if I would go into a Telegram content moderator position. And I know that's a real position. And I know that there are people that are moderating certain content that is difficult for AI eyes to, they can determine skin tones in pictures. They can find patterns of, ooh, that's a shapely pattern. Okay. This is maybe something we might need to, whatever it is. I mean, they can tell the shape of the body, and the biggest thing, the lawful but awful speech, and everybody always goes to, oh, children have cameras, they're taking pictures of themselves in their bedroom, and so there are content moderations. We're not going to have that conversation now.
I know for a fact that that this was all machine, because it said, and you may appeal this decision. So I immediately filed an appeal. And about 30 seconds later, I got the standard form letter saying, you are barred forever.
There you go.
No human being ever.
No, absolutely not.
So I have felt free to hack through a side door.
Because Alan, I remember trying to friend you back on Facebook, probably in early 2020. And nothing ever got through. I sent you a message through Messenger. Nothing ever got through. I was like, yeah, there's something up. You had way too many friend requests or something stupid. But I haven't used Facebook.
I passed on, but I'm back now.
Yeah, all right.
I'm going to kick ass.
Right. No, but go ahead. Sorry.
I just friended a bunch of people that had requested it, because I'm able to do some navigating. I keep a low profile, literally and metaphorically, because they can flag me at any time. But
I mean, honestly, what are you posting that it's going to get you? And you know what I mean? Like, we obviously have to self-censor to a certain degree.
I think it was over a password. I used the wrong password, and that got me thrown off.
This
wild. Was during the period where Zuckerberg was having to testify in front of Congress and was all paranoid. So it was the second time that happened to me. And the thing that upset me the most was not Facebook, but the fact that I had 5,000 friends.
You did. You had like the max out level. I remember that. And I couldn't.
Plus, I had almost 1,000 followers.
Right.
And so I had a total of 6,000. They were gone with the wind. And that's the second time that happened. First time was during the Great Prague Working. I got contacted by some occultists in the Czech Republic, and they said, if you will come over here for a week or two and get us up to speed on occultism today, we'll pay your fare, we'll get you they said an apartment, which they did, and then they moved me to a hotel. But you'll be working the whole time. And I said, sure.
Right.
And so during the Great Prague working, I saw what was, really going on in Eastern Europe. For one thing, they take physical alchemy seriously, and there's hardly anybody in.
And spagyrics. We'll see. Balderson's actually a wizard when it comes to that. That's his main jam. I don't want to speak for him. He's off camera right now. But that's his thing, is the alchemy thing. That's what I wanted to get you two discussing a little bit as well.
Physical alchemy, or
yes.
Yeah. Well, I know less about physical alchemy than I know about the alchemical
Here he is.
process.
Ben, did you hear any of that? Ben?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. Do you guys want to touch on that a little bit?
Oh, let's talk alchemy. That's an enjoyable subject. Much better than geopolitics.
Yes, I agree.
So are you making homunculi?
Do I make butt babies? Absolutely not. I'm not trying to create an inversion and become God. I'm more of your actual lab alchemist who's trying to really figure out nature and bring it to its epitome, and trying to have a better understanding of the world that we live in, considering we're fed mostly nonsense. So all my work comes out of the lab. I've got a very nice lab, and I spend most of my time in it, including there's multiple weaving spiders where I'm running in and out of the lab, watching my experiments, because I got to make sure everything's not vacuums on, the temperature's right, the spinner spinning. It's not 100 things that can go wrong.
Well, I had a good working knowledge of, I don't know what to call it, spiritual alchemy. I mean, sexual alchemy is very important because it is a form of transubstantiation, really, and transmutation. Transmutation is a form of transubstantiation. It's turning one thing into another thing, or turning a lesser thing into a greater thing. But I had very little. I mean, I knew about it from literary sources, but I had not encountered a lot of people in America, or even in the English-speaking world, that were interested in physical alchemy. That was sort of 18th century stuff. And if you're interested in the Rosicrucians, then you might be, the original Rosicrucians, you might be interested in that. When I got to Prague, I was amazed at the number of people there that were considered themselves occultists, who were into physical alchemy. And I even had one that gave me this little bottle of gold tincture, which it was not the first gold that I'd ever had. There's an alcoholic beverage called Goldwasser, which actually has flecks of gold in it.
Goldschlager? Yeah, Goldschlager.
Oh yeah,
no, it's a Goldwasser, which
that.
is gold water, literally.
Yeah, over here it's called Goldschlager. I remember that. That was when I first became 21. That was real popular.
Yeah, well, I guess anyway. So I did 10 days there. I said, look, I can get by on a couple hours sleep. This was some years ago. I said, but give me sugary tarts and lots of coffee to keep me going, because when I stop, I collapse for a few hours. And we won't go into the encounter I had with the Romany guy when I got locked out of my apartment. And I said, because there were 3 locks on the door, because everybody in the Czech Republic is paranoid about the Soviets. I mean, it's still Soviet era buildings and blah, 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 blah. So to get into this apartment that they had rented for me for 10 days, I I had to go through 3 different locks, and the 3rd lock I just couldn't get in, and it was 3 o'clock in the morning. So I go back out on the street and use whatever cell I had to try to call the landlord. The landlord's, no English.
Right.
So I'm standing there, and I get accosted by a Romany gentleman who was looking for a how can I politely put blowjob, and I thought, I don't know when I'm getting out of this, but when I get out of this situation, I'm going to insist they move me to a real hotel, and they did.
Right.
I mean, the third assistant landlord came over and grumbled at me and said, "Don't you Americans know how to turn a lock?" I said, "Yeah, but these are, like 18th century
Soviet era
skeleton key locks.
Yeah, right.
We have you press a card and the door opens. I mean, it's just, or did you turn the key?" But these were, the really old-fashioned type of locks. And I said, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. It happens that at 3 a.m. it didn't work. So I called your boss, and I guess he called you. Schmuck.
So
that's Czech for schmuck.
What country did you say that had a lot of actual alchemists in it?
Well, that would be technically the Czech Republic, but actually a lot of them were from the Moravia and Bohemia, which are incorporated into the Czech Republic.
Fascinating.
Keep this in mind.
I'm not surprised that they were all occultists, because from my perspective, if you don't do the lab alchemy, you don't get any of the rest of it. That's what all the rest of it was based off of, was the lab alchemy. And it's only through many hours of watching those things and the meditation process that happens in that you start having those higher understandings. And as above, so below, those higher understandings match the physical processes that you're watching in front of you.
Well, sex magic actually focuses on the most alchemical process that you have, which is the creation of life. That's how I'm here, and that's how you're here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if you channel that process in certain ways, it's very transformative.
I don't disagree with that.
So what, comparatively, because I'm fairly novice when it comes to alchemy in general, right? That's something I've always wanted to get into, but it's just kind of been on the outside for me, on the it's tough for me to get into. I guess it's all a journey, right? Studying this stuff or
the
researching
problem is this disconnect has happened with the lab, and that's where people can't get into it. You can't have an understanding, and it's all just weird terms until you start doing it.
Right.
It's no different than the ass backwards way that we teach kids in school. You can take, and I can hand you a Haynes manual. If you don't know how to work on a car, I can hand you a Haynes manual that tells you everything about how to break this car down, supposedly, and put it back together.
But I need it there to do it. Right.
You're
Exactly.
never going to get it until you get into the lab and start doing it, until you go out with grandpa and start taking apart parts. Them words have no meaning. Any of the sequences that you're talking about have no meaning. None of it. So with sex magic, with sex, when you're actually having sex with a woman, you're providing the salt. There's all kinds of mercurial fluid as long as it's good sex, despite what that freaking right-wing pundit said, that Ben, what is his name? I never heard of pussy.
Shapiro. Shapiro. That fucking moron. Oh, dude.
Hey, never heard of a wet pussy. Or it's a myth. Yeah, I bet your wife's never had one either, bro. I'd submit for her too. But there's all kinds of mercurial fluid, and then it's meeting with the feminine side, and boom, you have life between the things. But as an alchemist, typically you're rather than like, and see, that's where a homunculi comes in, is they're trying to reproduce that only as an alchemist. So rather than doing the natural process of doing that, you're trying to do a controlled process, because that's what an alchemist does, is they try to control and look at all the processes. Like even with something simple like spagyrics. With spagyrics, when you break apart the plant, after you've broken apart the plant, that's only, and done it a lot of times, do you understand all the elements that were truly in this plant? And then start having an understanding of what you need to put back together, and you start putting it back together and working it and getting all those more higher understandings with it. And you understand then what gets taken out of the plant, which is why I talk very specifically about like the things you're burning out with the ego we talk about being carbon, water, and cellular material, and those things belong to the earth. It's the same, it's basically the same basic components that are on everything on this particular plane. But until you start taking and breaking the pieces apart, you don't ever really see that. You don't realize that 80% of a plant is water. When the water's evaporated, 80% of that plant that's left is now carbon. You burn that out, and still most of what is left is cellular material. There's a little bit of salt, and then the mercurial oil that has the sulfur in it, which is the life force. And then that mercurial, when you go to put it back together without that carbon and cellular material and water in the way, you give that back to the earth. Now that mercurial fluid will open the salt up, and the pure life force will enliven and free the trapped souls in the hell. That's why it's always to that brick, that block. They're trapped to that block, and it's usually a square, because it's on the masculine salt side. That feminine side goes through the fluid and enlivens the salt, frees them trapped souls.
So
there, y'all.
I mean, do you have any? I don't know. What would you comparatively? So with the alchemy that you study and practice, Ben, and the alchemy that you were studying, Allen Greenfield, what do you comparatively? How can you bring these two together? Basically, I'm trying to bring this together. Basically.
Well, just as chemistry is an outgrowth of physical alchemy, the secular version, if you will, so is spiritual alchemy an outgrowth of physical alchemy. So it owes an historical debt to it. But I do respectfully disagree with the notion that you can't understand these things in other ways. For example, what I recommend is, first of all, you need to do jhana, sitting meditation, and perfect that. There are a lot of reasons for that in magical occultism. Among them being, at some point you're going to panic, and it's good to know where you can find your center and just om for peace, as it were. Once you have reached a point where you can do jhana or Chan in China or Zen in Japan meditation, then you apply it to your love life, not necessarily with your preferred partner, but maybe there's a sense in which sexual magic is amoral, which is not for everybody,
Right.
But and nor do I advocate it for everybody. Couples can profit from it, but so can two gay guys, I mean, it depends on what kind of working you're doing and how you focus what you're doing on transmutation. And if you keep that focus, but allow the kundalini to rise, the passion to be focused into your magical will,
sure,
it will manifest in certain specific ways. One way, the one that Thelemites talk about the most, and I think erroneously, is the tulpa is a good term for it, but they call it the bud will.
Okay.
It's a temporary being which you manifest that works your will and then vanishes, because it has no independent existence. It's kind of like a golem. By the way, when I was in Prague, I went to that
awesome.
synagogue and went to the attic of the synagogue and looked around for the golem. Turns out the attic was the women's section of the synagogue. You know, Orthodox synagogues separate men and women, but I think to their great shame these days, but they seem to live in a world of their own. Much like
magnetic,
much like our Islamic brethren.
Magnetic and electric. You need the red, you need the blue, you need the masculine, you need the feminine. There's a really great scene in the 1971 movie Simon, King of the Witches, that uses that hermetic Franz Barden idea of magnetic, electric, magnetic, electric. I won't spoil it for people who haven't seen it, but if we get enough people to watch it, maybe we can.
That's Alexandrian Wicca.
Jared.
What?
It's a friend of ours.
Oh,
a friend of ours at the show where he watches movies. Get him
Watches movies.
Occult movies.
Simon, which is with Andrew Pine.
So the reason that I say that say what I say is because when you don't balance it with the lab, which isn't to say that I don't give credence to higher ideas and just having the understandings and gaining them through meditating. When you then don't balance that with the lab, it doesn't have a root. So it can be completely false. The way to look at that and the way our world works is engineers. Engineers are the dreamers pulling the ideas out of space. Now, without the engineers, we'd still be living in basic things. We wouldn't have grand architecture. We wouldn't have all these amazing things. We'd be living in these very simple things. But the other thing to engineers is 3/4 of what they think is fucking nonsense and doesn't work in the world. And so it's only through where they have this great idea and then they try it, they root it. And then after it's been rooted, then they go back and they're like, well, either I think this will still work if I make some adjustments or whatever, or maybe it's complete nonsense and I've got to throw this away. Because you go to any construction site in the world, every construction worker will tell you that an engineer is a complete idiot. They live in a dream world that nothing that they think works in reality.
To apply,
exactly
yeah.
true.
Like
Can we draw a map of the Kabbalistic tree of life, and maybe there's 4 worlds, and maybe that's a metaphor, maybe that's a real thing?
I think it's a hint at what I was talking about with the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics.
Okay.
So without the root of the lab to match as above, so below, what you're theorizing in the ether, in the thing that you can't quantify, without being able to match that with something you can quantify on this level, on the microverse, and compare that to the macroverse, then what you're saying could be complete nonsense. So that's why I say that you have to have that backup of the lab in order to have that other understanding, or else you're just an engineer that's just dreaming without ever actually trying out what you're saying in the world, without balancing it against a root.
Well, if what you're looking for is worldly, let me point out that we're all, as I said before, part of an alchemical process. We are, each one of us, a combination of a single ovum and a single sperm that once they are combined, they become, in some cases, a human being. Good human being, bad human being, whatever. And the whole basis of sexual magic is that miraculous act of creation.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And we're talking a lot about humans. I wonder if maybe we could return to the topic of intelligences that are of the non-human variety. And maybe we can discuss something called CE5, or contact of the 5th kind, which is a human-initiated contact something, and I bring this up to a lot of people, and a lot of people have opinions and thoughts and kind and unkind words to say about someone named Stephen Greer or something, but whatever it is, I will say that his CE5 movie, documentary, true life thing, whatever it is the most entertaining and fun science fiction film of all time for me. And yet I tried it and it worked for me.
Really?
On my
Wow.
own.
I believe it.
So
I
I
believe
don't know
you.
what to say about that. I mean, I can provide more details really quickly on my own. I get some
Please do. I'd like to hear this.
I get a little bit of information from a movie. I read a couple books. I get some wild ideas, and like a child, I go and imagine I'm gonna go play with this idea. So over a series of not knowing what I'm doing and throwing caution to the wind, and having these experiences over a series of evenings and things, meeting at crossroads, circumambulating at a crossroads, clapping my hands. I'd like to speak with you, making a magic square with LUCIFER up and down and across stick and whatever, and then putting that on an oak tree in a cemetery area, and then feeling like the electricity rising. Wow. I don't know what I'm doing in the moment. I'm just something to do in the middle of the night when everybody else is asleep and before dawn. So I do this thing, and I got to get it in order because there's a proper order to this. So I have this little thing, and I put it in a double sleeve to protect it, and it has the name LUCIF. You know who I'm talking about. Put it against an oak tree and forget about it. Few weeks later, so this is maybe like July time, then about August or September, before September, because this is before school begins again. So before school begins again in August, I returned to the spot, and I'm like, it was the middle of the night. It was a new moon, so I couldn't see anything. And I had remembered that there was this tree in this particular lot that was there, and now I could not find it in the middle of the dark. So I'm feeling around for it, and finally I walk across the lawn, and I finally realize I'm walking on sand. And I feel around, and I find the card that I had left with wood chips. So then I put it together and immediately envision in my mind is this oak tree was struck by lightning, and the city works place cut it down and cleaned it up immediately. So it was completely gone. So I'm standing in this place, and I'm taking my fingers, and I'm tracing the rings of the tree, and I'm thinking, well, what do I do now? This is in August before sunrise, and I'm standing there. I got my crazy biblical background. I'm like, oh, maybe I'm Moses. Maybe this is holy ground. So I take my shoes off, and I'm standing there barefoot in this place. I'm pretending now I'm the oak tree. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm throwing my arms out wide. I'm looking around, and I'm like, well, let's continue the communication with whatever I've initiated communication with. And then I'm doing the CE5 stuff, where I'm zeroing in, and I'm saying I have an image of North America, the Great Lakes region. I live in Minnesota, so I'm zeroing in to a very specific, and I'm like, meet me here. I'm looking at the northeast where Venus is going to rise, because I'm associating this entity's name with Venus, and I'm looking in this direction, and I'm standing there barefoot, and I'm just like, clap, 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 and then I'm looking in that area, and what do I see? Well, side note, I had been doing a lot of stargazing. Comet Neowise was in the area. I'd been watching Perseid meteor showers, so I was very familiar with objects in the sky. What I saw when I clap, 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 opened the book, was pearly dewdrop, pearlescent orb matching the rhythm of my clapping. And I thought, well, I'm awake. I'm not sleeping. I'm sober. I'm not under any different state of consciousness as far as I know. And yet I saw drip, drip, drip of a pearly, pinkish orb thing going, and not going under the tree line, but going to where the tree line is, and then stopping and disappearing, and then going back to where it started and going down. I think, well, this will never happen. This will never happen again. But if it's a confirmation of it, I'll clap in a slower pattern.
I understand.
And see the drop of the pearlescent orb in that sky where Venus would rise in the morning before sunrise, but going
Was
down.
it semen-like?
It was in a distance, but I don't know what the distance was, but it was going down. I've seen comets streak. This was perfect, 90 degrees. Appears, moves down, disappears, returns to that same spot, trip it 3 times after I clap, and it repeated it a second time for a second, third time, and slower, matching the patterns of my claps. Where I'm standing, where the oak tree was, but had been struck by lightning and was removed. And there were other oak trees in this cemetery area. They're all still there.
That's amazing, and you're fortunate that you didn't have a Tracy Twyman Twilight experience. It's a good idea to, I guess, instinctual stuff will get you by. I mean, Tyler Strand is my prime example of somebody who is gonzo about all this stuff, but that. So far, he's alive. And
yeah, exactly.
Finds new stuff.
My purpose, if I had one, was just to say, I read a lot of books, I watched a lot of movies. I just want my own experience to know for certain that what I'm reading is not just gobbledygook or made up to sell books. Is
experiential?
There something?
Yeah.
Yes, and that's the experience I got. And then I was like, I'm fine with that. If I'm not going to prank call the power of principalities of the air or whatever it is. I'm not going to try to do a deal. I'm not going to try to communicate more than that. I'm just ringing them up. Hello? I get a hello back? Put the phone back down.
Hello, my name is Mephistopheles. Would you sign this document? Which
Right.
So, what do you think?
I encourage people to kind of do the prerequisite stuff that I was talking about, because if you do reach a moment where you feel like you have, I mean, there are people who believe that Tracy Twyman fucked around with the Goetia and wound up conjuring something that she could not handle. And then she had a close encounter of the ultimate kind. And Tracy was an acquaintance of mine and a friend of my publisher. So that was a very unfortunate thing. And it happens now and again. And it's usually something that one time when I first started practicing magic, I got kind of cocky and I thought, oh, well, I have all the, I have the Tim Zell approved green egg, blah, 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 blah. So I invoked something way beyond my pay grade, and it manifested in the distance. And I was talking about Curse of the Demon. It was the sort of human form, but it was a black hole. And it was the great nothing from, what was that movie that, the great nothing was eating all the
Never-Ending Story.
Yeah, the Never-Ending Story.
Yeah.
Okay. And I immediately realized, A, that I had no way of repelling this. B, I was way out of my league. C,
dude,
I run to my bedroom and hide under the covers, literally.
Dude, at this time.
But I've never done that kind of invocation, whatever, again, because as Poe put it, never bet the devil your head.
That's the fuck, man. That is like, that's the Fantasia moment, or if you will, where it just gets away from you.
I've been in more difficult situations, but not with that supernatural element. And not with the feeling of
showing its power, kind of thing, like flexing its not even flexing. It's just like I can only. Oh man, That'll.
I mean, I've been on in a ship that was
Balderson.
foundering in mid-Atlantic in a heavy storm, and that did not scare me. I was 17, so I was immortal. But
right. And yeah, this is a message to young people.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna hear it again and again. Be careful, be advised, don't do this. But again, you're going to make decisions for yourself. You're going to gain knowledge, and you're going to have curiosity, and you're going to experiment with things. Yeah, maybe. Okay. What is Allen Greenfield saying to you?
Don't try this at home.
Exactly. And
don't try this at someone else's home. Don't go.
Don't try it. Period. Until you actually know what you're doing, and if you do know,
then you'll do it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I don't mean to cut you off there, but I mean, like, don't try it. Don't try it. Like, and I know, like, I wanted to have that experience. Like, I've done so much research.
What is that statement that Crowley would say, something about lusting and results and things about that nature?
For true will, unassuaged of purpose, delivered from the lust of result, is every way perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I may not be into that anymore, but I certainly memorized a great deal of stuff.
It's wise advice, and if you don't understand what he just said, then don't do anything until you have a better grasp of what that means.
Sooner or later, if you're reading stuff about this, you'll encounter the oath of the abyss. Don't take it.
Don't take it, yeah, exactly. And I also, I don't know if you're aware of this, but you mentioned Tracy. Well, Jim was I don't know if you know that or put that together. That's a sync that we can obviously have here right now. But Jim hosted the show with Tracy.
That's the RX Only
Picture show.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't think you did. So look at there. Here we are.
And Sean Alger.
Jim, tell us about
popping
that.
in earlier.
Yeah, the guy with the bald head that we couldn't hear very well. That's
SB, Sean Alger.
Yes.
And Jim Maiden co-hosted a show with Tracy Twyman called the RX Only Picture Show on Wednesday nights.
Well, that must have hit you a lot harder than it hit me. I mean, I knew her mainly during her, how shall I put it, her Merovingian period stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Sure. Yep.
So,
and
what an amazing person and what an amazing life she had.
Yeah.
Too short, though.
I had a personal sync with that, too. I've shared it before. Tracy and my mother both passed on the same day. Not the same year, but the same date.
Wow.
And we also have to say that Tracy is a part of the reason why this show even exists. Mm-hmm. It brought Jim and myself together to even bring this whole thing together. Doesn't matter. It is what it is, and it's undeniable. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, maybe this is a synchronicity, and maybe it's just that I knew what you guys were into generally and inferred that you would know who Tracy Twyman
which is crazy. Yeah, and I don't feel like I even mentioned it when I reached out to you initially.
No.
So that's even wilder.
Catching up and letting everyone know.
It was also in the intro.
Yes, we did.
Tracy was in the intro. Yep, I saw it. Yeah.
Yep, and the audio, it was distorted, but she was talking about our excellent picture show.
Yep.
That clip.
Thank you, Kris. That was a great intro. It was really fascinating.
And
dude.
Side note here, we encourage everyone listening to use hashtag Tracy Twyman on things that relate and do not relate to her. Flood every social media platform and everything. Just hashtag Tracy Twyman, just because you love her, just because you appreciate her, and just because
this will help everyone involved.
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
Her life, who loved her. Is hashtag Tracy Twyman. If it's a video about travel, hashtag Tracy Twyman.
If it's a video about fast food or anything,
hashtag Tracy Twyman.
Could be a picture of a duck. It could be a meme. It doesn't have to relate.
Tracy Twyman. It's not a duck. It's a bunny.
It's a rubbernecker.
33 people still watching right now. I love it. I mean,
what time of the day or night is it?
Exactly.
No time.
It's 3 a.m. in Atlanta. Do you know where your children are? I have a vague idea where mine are.
The witching hour.
In the witching hour yet?
The witching hour.
And in the
clock shavings.
Clock shavings. Yep. And Alan
Yeah, sure.
Jacobitz in the chat says Tracy brought me here. Just putting that out there.
Mhm.
That's another thing.
lot
It's
of
just this
people-
is what it is.
Yeah.
It's
Clock shavings. A lot of people are here because of Tracy.
yeah, exactly.
A lot of
Love
fans
it.
As a
of Tracy.
a mature conversation and a warning to everyone. She's gone through a lot of things that we don't need to go through. So read her work and understand that.
Absolutely.
There are great giants who have done the difficult lifting and the difficult tasks and brought back information from otherworldly places that you can read on your own and avoid dangers and the places where the dragons are. There'll be dragons somewhere on some certain maps, and you don't need to explore them on your own.
Be careful of danger.
They put the glasses on.
Talk
There he is.
skulls.
Right?
It's 3D.
Give him glasses, yes.
Well, those are
man.
1950s 3D
Right.
glasses. You know, like the third movie in the what was it called? The Creature from the Black Lagoon
There
was
you
a
go.
3D movie, and I saw it in a theater or a drive-in near me.
The drive-in never dies.
There is one in Atlanta. They're still open. The last thing I saw there was the first of the not the Evil Dead, the Hellraiser movies.
Oh.
You kept
fun.
saying Barker in relation to another
Clive.
There's a
Clive Barker, not Gray Barker.
there's a drive-in in my town as well.
Video.
One of the
Go
very
ahead.
few.
Go ahead, Jim.
There's a drive-in in my town as well, as what I said. It's one of the very few in the whole country. Original drive-ins are amazing resources. Please, you guys, if you have one near you or anywhere close to you, go there and support that
Patronize.
business, please.
Yes, do that. Also, I wanted to share a sync I had while making the intro. I had it wasn't as amazing as the sync for the Strange intro, but it was one nonetheless, and I didn't realize it until I was listening to you guys before I hopped on. AlanMarcus.com shared a story about a Barney toy that wouldn't stop.
Right.
In the intro,
Remove the batteries. It continues to speak.
What?
In the intro, the Barney song "I Love You, You Love Me, We Are All a Happy Family" started playing as a boy or a man, a grown man, wakes up with a giant bug on him. It was that part of it.
It's almost like Gregor Samsa in a Kafkaesque novel where you don't wake up and you become an insect. You wake up and realize there's an insect in your bed. Oh, get it away from me! Get it away from me! But maybe it's a trilobite. Maybe it's a dinosaur that loves you too much, and you don't want to receive that kind of love in your bed on a Sunday morning after a long night's weave.
And the sync to that is when Alan, that was one of the clips Alan has sent me through Telegram. And I downloaded it without listening because I trusted his judgment. And I saw it.
Never do that.
I saw the preview play because, like, when you send something to Telegram, it automatically plays.
Yeah.
But, like, you don't hear the audio unless you click on it. I didn't click on it. I just downloaded it. And so I'm throwing videos together in the cauldron to make this hyperstigiral is what we call it. That's what we call our intros. And you know, on that part, you know, I'm like a quarter of the way through it, or however long that video is in the intro. And I throw it in, and I have, you know, the audio playing that Alan made for it, and I'm pairing it up. And I'm playing it back because I'm adding effects and transitions. And when I play it back, I'm hearing the Barney song. And I'm like, it wasn't in Alan's intro earlier. Why is it playing now?
Right.
I was like, is it? And since I didn't
That's
know
a true story, actually. And I can attest to the fact that I intend to put things in there thematically. Kris throws some things in there, and there's maybe a third mind that adds
Yeah,
things.
you get the observer effect
who's
built
mind?
into there. Yep.
Who's mind?
I don't know.
That's the third. That's the
Computer,
observer effect.
The AI computer algorithm. And the reason I had to restart my computer at the beginning of the show was because I had rendered that clip and I added the clock that spins down and the 20 count.
We needed that, yeah.
And my computer was overheating because I ran the render on using the DaVinci Resolve software, and I had played with some settings. Didn't need to do anything with these settings, but I began the render process and it took 7 to 8 hours, like a full night's rest.
It's like an
The
Adobe
computer was
situation.
overheating, and then I just let it run, and there's things in there that you have to watch it again. Maybe it's a Rorschach test, maybe it's a hybrid sigil, maybe it's playful chaos magic in a digital medium.
Sounds like lexicon.
Absolutely.
The Star 26 module, which draws all the possible stars that you can with the 26 letters of the English alphabet that don't cross one another. And if you back in the day, it was on floppy disk, and I would run it, and it would run at pretty high speed, and there were every magical sigil ever created is in there somewhere. There are thousands of cipher alternatives. Originally, the cipher that we work with was called cipher 6 because 6 was the first permutation that didn't, cross the same letter. In other words, it's A, L, W, and then on, and that's sort of the basis of the cipher.
So was this a cipher, like a code, or?
Yeah.
I'm curious. I want to learn.
It's a cipher 6. Isn't it in here? The cipher 6.
What is a basic definition of a cipher?
Or is it not?
In this case, it means something that is coded. In fact, in the first edition of Secret Cipher, I put the cipher from the Sherlock Holmes story, The Dancing.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm just agreeing with you because I'm looking at it right. The cipher 6 right here. Yep, that's the one I used.
I don't have the book, so I'm really curious.
Okay.
But you have to get the book if you're really curious.
To get the book.
Because I remember writing out all the stuff. I had to write it all out and then do it myself on a piece of paper. Yeah, as well, and have a reference notepad where I just. And that's the one. Yeah, this is the one. This is
similar to that argument for physical alchemy, and it's not my argument, but I've heard it made by people who are, cipher paleocypherists. That if you don't hand do it, have it either memorized or not, you don't get the full effect of what the
absolutely agree.
cipher is.
100% agree with that, because once I wrote it out, it was literally like you have a mind blow situation where it just feels like, holy shit, what did I? Yes, this feel. You have to experience it.
They tell you to you read your spelling words out loud. You write your spelling words on a piece of paper. So you're reading it, you're saying it, and you're writing it to get that all three aspects of.
Right. It's almost like a triad, triumvirate, whatever you want to call it. It all connects. Trinity.
So is a computer programmer came up with this, or is it
Greenfield?
The program lexicon was developed on the Ford Motor computers by night when Ford wasn't there by Tim Coutet, who unfortunately killed himself, but that's a long story in and of itself. Tim was a person far too smart for this world, I guess, and and this is a person who I would have reason not to like. I mean, he was my second wife's second husband.
Connection.
But we got along really well, and he introduced me to the lexicon and explained, where it was from and all that. And then, and just idly, I get tired of telling this story, but it's true. I tried it on one of the strange words that show up in close encounter cases. Pewam is a planet. There's no planet named Pewam that we know of anyway, or that has been named Pewam, that blew up. It sounds more like Krypton than like a real place. But anyway, it worked in the sense that lexicon had the capacity to you could input any document you wanted, and it would use that document as a base to generate words and phrases that fit your numerical equivalent of Pewam or Orthon or Indrid Cold or any of that.
And Orthon equals Jesus, obviously.
It sure does, yeah.
When the cipher 6, yep.
Yeah. Well, nobody calls it Cipher 6 anymore because lexicon doesn't exist anymore. But it was the first. It's a kind of deceptive term. I used it for years, but after Tim died,
is it C-O-U-T-A? Tim Couta? C-O-U-T-A?
Mm-hmm. C-O-U-T-U, I believe it was.
Sorry to interrupt you there.
You aren't going to find a lot on the internet. He was a mover and shaker and eventually the outer head of the Ordo QBLH, which I was a member of and lived in the lodge house for a while. And QBLH has always been a sleeper. I mean, it's like 25, 30 people at the most at its greatest extent. It was founded by WWW, William Wallace Webb, in 1960 with his wife and a guy named Robert Dunlop, who was probably their attorney. They incorporated it in California, but they lived in Arizona. So that part of Arizona where a lot of the contact stuff has happened around Mount Palomar, which a friend of mine has a lot to say about. Some pretty weird stuff, but
we have a guy named Gordon who joins us in the weave sometimes, and he's from Arizona, and he talks about his owls stories. And he's been busy tonight, but I hope he plays this back and listens to it.
Yeah.
Well, I went to grad school and post-grad work at the University of Arizona in Tucson. So,
by the way, Alan, I found out what year my mom graduated. Was 74 from U of A.
Oh yeah, I didn't even get there until 1979, I think. Because
okay.
I lived in Tampa for a couple of years after college, and I thought about going to the University of South Florida, but I really didn't. Tampa was temporary. So I packed up the kid and the wife, and we went to Tucson. And
that's a good way to look at Florida.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I used to like
Beautiful
Miami,
place.
although Miami is not what it used to be. I mean, it used to be the fun and sun capital of the world, Miami Beach, but that's gone by the wayside. Now it's Little Havana, without the mob connection. Which
we got a question from the chat for you, from Krista. Shout out, what's up, Krista? Does Greenfield feel that these coincidences in quotations are universal, or can they be deeply personal?
Both.
But yeah, I feel the same.
Both too.
Yeah.
I think that they are generated in. Well, I won't say an impersonal because that doesn't really convey what I think, but they are generated by forces beyond our kin, like the Fibonacci sequence in math.
For sure.
It's there, it's inherent in the universe, but it applies if it comes down to a synchronicity or a series of synchronicities. I don't believe that there is any such thing as a coincidence in the literal sense of the term. I think things
I
that
don't either.
coincide are synchronous.
Absolutely.
And
Only
if it has
like
a personal message for you, then it's personal.
personal, and it's like wearing the same shoes. Yeah, okay, that might be a coincidence. That's the only thing I believe a coincidence could be. Like, oh, we're at the same basketball game and we're wearing the same shirt. That's a coincidence. Everything else is deeply is synchronicity. Like that's just. I felt that way for a long time, well before I ever cracked a book on the occult, synchronicities, Carl Jung, anything. I mean.
If somebody else on this program tonight, which, I don't know most of you guys, had worn a Hawaiian shirt, I would think that it was more than a coincidence. I would think that
It's
that
exactly.
was synchronicity.
Exactly.
You have to put it in context. So.
Yes, precisely.
Since we're talking about coincidences, and earlier Alan mentioned that it was deja vu when I was telling my dreamlike experience. I have to say that that's not the first time someone has told me that they've heard a dream of mine before it has happened. In high school, well, maybe it was slightly before high school. I don't know. I was a teenager. Me and my friend was really into dream experimenting and trying to lucid dream, trying to visit each other in our dreams. And
we'll meet at the obelisk.
Yep. And there was, we had started a dream journal and we were sharing. And I had this wild dream that now I've forgotten what the dream was even about, because it was what happened after that made a really big impression on me. That was, I came to school the next day. I was like, I had this really crazy dream experience. And my friend stopped me and his face went white. He goes, "You told me that yesterday. I remember going home and taking a drink of water, leaning against the kitchen sink, thinking about your dream, like reflecting back on the dream you were telling me now. I'm like, that can't possibly happen because I had this dream for the first time last night." Flash forward to the following night, so later that night when I went back home and went to sleep, I had a dream of my friend taking a drink, leaning against his kitchen counter.
Wow.
But in my dream, he fell through the counter.
What?
And I could hear his thoughts, and he was thinking about the dream I had that I was telling him about.
Damn, that is insane.
Yeah,
that's heavy.
And the falling through, I think, is the part where there's a message. It's saying you're coming through. Your dream is coming through to me, and that's dreams are a very strange thing. I can tell you one story, but unless we're concluding,
let's conclude it. Let's do this.
Okay. Well, okay, because my bladder is speaking to me again.
All right.
You can take a break.
No, we're this is
Pegasm
No, go and relieve yourself, and you can be relaxed, and then you can tell the story in a relaxed manner.
Okay, but you're all going to be gone. That's what they. I've never been on a program that they don't say, "Well, this was really interesting. We'll invite you right back." Years go by,
we're waiting.
My hair begins to turn gray.
We're on edge.
It's a long format conversation, and it's on the record, and it goes back to my question earlier. It's like, how do we document our own living history as it's happening? And for us, this is how we are doing it: visual, audio, on the record for all time.
For all time. We don't mind running long because we're saying stuff from the heart.
You guys impressed how long I'm lasting?
It's important.
A little bit.
I mean,
it's a long marathon. I've been standing most of the entire time when I've gone on video. It's because I've sat down.
I'm surprised how long Alan's lasted. I think this is the longest guest we've had stay on.
That's what I'm saying. That is exactly what I was thinking too. I was like,
there might have been coffee in this cup. I'm not ashamed to say it. I might have had a cup of coffee.
I'm saying Greenfield. This has got to be one of his longest interviews. This has to be. This has to be a record breaker. If not, we're going to break a record.
Yeah, I mean it's on the record. It's a record-breaking show. It's
and Jim, by the way, leave it Al songs and Al dreams lead to Allen Greenfield because that way it's in the name. It looks good, so people can find it.
Well, I'm laughing.
I just realized that. Who did that?
The title appears as an AI, like
right, exactly,
like artificial intelligence, or AL.
L as Liber. Yeah,
I didn't change it.
Neither did I. Who did that?
Again, now.
And then earlier, I had just
an open question.
Ramble. Earlier, I couldn't get into my. I got signed out of my David Barski when I tried to give a wrench to somebody, and then I got signed out of. I had to go use my phone and sign back in as me. It was super weird. Didn't make any sense. And I don't have multiple things.
We just have to chuckle at a lot of these tricksterish things. Tricksterish things.
Hear this out. So when you guys started the stream, I was watching from my back patio. I was enjoying watching the full moon, right?
There's a full moon, that is true.
I live in a suburb, not close to an airport. There was a helicopter that came so close, it like rattled our windows, and the light was shining in our backyard, and it just hovered and then flew off, and I was like, okay, it's time to go back in. It's a full moon, like Allen Greenfield's in the stream.
Was it a black helicopter?
I couldn't see it because
if you recall last time we had a show with an intro countdown video, there is the Black Helicopters song.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So I came back in, and when I came back in, my mom was like, "What was that helicopter doing?" And I go, "I don't know."
Looking for a lost basset hound?
Maybe. Oh yeah, and Jim, it is my dog was a basset hound.
Beautiful.
Jim.
Art imitating life, imitating art, imitating life, imitating art.
And she was a ginger, as am I, so she fit in.
If we haven't made this clear enough to listeners, there's no separation between dreams and waking state. There's no separation between the art that you read, the art that you make, and the art that you live. It's all one and the same thing. Which is to say, you have a responsibility to consume the best possible media and stories and narratives, and to write the best possible narratives and stories, and make the best, most beautiful, positive, healing, uplifting stuff. And people might argue and say, well, you're talking about horror movies, you're talking about Hellraiser, and there's blood and there's violence and there's despicable things in it, and it's terrifying, and there's nightmares, and yet there's beauty in all of that too. Maybe it's a warning, maybe there's a morality tale, maybe there's a lesson. And there's a book that I've been meaning to read, and I don't know if anybody else has read it. It's called Mysteries and Romances of the World's Greatest Occultists by Cairo, Cheiro, in quotes, and in parentheses, Count Louis Hamon, Hammond. Do you remember any stories of an occultist that ended poorly?
Oh, sorry, I interrupted you there.
That's okay.
Hawaiian shirt.
Hawaiian shirt, just like you.
Yeah, but yours is faux. Mine is made in China.
Allen Greenfield, that's
I believe it's pronounced Fox.
That's what we're talking about. You think it's faux, you think it's fake, you think it's artificial, you think it's only a story, you think it's only a game, you think it's only an imagination or a hallucination or something that you can discount or discredit or put aside or say, no, it's not real. Well, does the mind know? Does the mind have a separation? Does the greater mind?
No,
No.
there is no separation as such. I mean, we have a bicameral mind, and the reality is, I mean, my youngest son is like the big macher. I don't know how to say that in English. A big macher is a big person in one of the LARPs in Atlanta that, you know, is the people from all over the city are involved in that. So he has worked his way up. I think it's Vampire the Masquerade or something.
Vampire the Masquerade. That's a fun one.
Yes, I'm so glad to see you. Are you double jointed? Like, oh, look at her boobies.
No, I'm not
Oh.
double jointed, but I'd like to be. Can you please stretch me out?
Since we have
me in a
Allen
torture rack?
Greenfield here, I could share my Alien Gray experience. And it was in a dreamlike state as well, so it would also fit the theme. If I'm allowed to share another story. I've already shared a couple.
Go for it.
Can you make it a quick one?
Yeah, I can make it a quick
We're
one.
trying to wrap up a week.
And they lived happily ever after.
And they live happily ever after.
And there's a big little baby gray alien. It's a beautiful thing, and there's a nice bow on it, and it's a girl. It's a
Yeah,
baby.
well, yeah, it's a boy. It's a boy. It's alive.
Yeah, right.
So,
got tentacles. That's Men in Black.
Rosemary.
Is that Men in Black 2 or the first movie where
All
they have
them
to pull
witches.
over on the freeway and they have to give birth and the baby comes out and it's a tentacle alien baby?
Yeah, I think that was It's Alive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wasn't Rosemary's.
Had great commercials. They said the one thing wrong with the birth
Mhm.
of this baby is ... It's alive.
Yeah.
Or that Basket Case movie,
This-
Basket Case 1 and Basket Case 2. What's in the basket? It's my brother. It's my brother.
Love that one. That's a classic.
Eraserhead from David Lynch, early days.
Kris has a story to share, and then
We-
Alan has a story to share, and then we're wrapping it up, I think is where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
No radiation though, guys.
All clear.
That's good.
Oh, thank God.
So I was in a high emotional state because I just had a falling out with a friend, and I was going through a lot of emotional processing, and I was having trouble sleeping because I would, dream of this person, and so I fought off sleeping for a while. Then when I finally slept again, I had this experience where, again, it was like a waking dream where I woke up, got out of bed, and I thought I need to make eggs. So I went to my kitchen and all the stuff was already out. All I did was the eggs was already cracked in the pan. All I had to do was do the motion of stirring the pan to get the eggs moving and everything, and with the spatula and all that to make scrambled eggs. And I realized that, hey, wait a sec, when I walked in, I was so focused on walking straight to the spot. There was something behind me. So I turned around and there was 3 grays sitting around my table. So I was making eggs for them, apparently.
What?
Better than buckwheat pancakes.
I was about to say, that's a Wisconsin story, too. That is a Wisconsin story. Go ahead.
Yes, it is.
So as soon as I think that and I turn around to see them, I am, everything was black. And then I the next thing I remember is I'm sitting on this metal chair, and it's a dark room, and there's other chairs beside me, and there's no one else in the other chairs. However, there is a projector at the other end of the hall, and it's playing this scene of this teacher taking young kids into a field of hills with tall grass to see the butterflies. And in front of the projector, that same woman that's the teacher on the video that's playing is pointing at it like she's trying to instruct us on something, and she is like upset and saying, I had no choice. I had to take the kids to see the butterflies. And then after that, the next thing I remember is waking up, and I could, I felt like I was my eyes were shut, but it felt like there was a bright light, like shining in my face, like if you're at like a dentist office. And I could feel myself being lowered down, but I couldn't really feel my body. I just felt the sense of lowering, like this sense of downwards movement, which is strange in itself. But then I also felt like the white light that was shining on me was cutting through me. I felt it like cold and go through me. And then I felt this like placement, like maybe I was placed back in my body. And then I had woke up and I fell asleep watching Netflix. And after a while, it starts showing like little pictures, like a slideshow of different movies and TV shows they had. And what was happening to be on TV on that picture that they're showing is for Alien X-Men, which is a cartoon. I didn't know this at the time because I've never heard of it, but apparently it's a cartoon stop motion of a gray who acts as Santa Claus. And the picture they're showing on my TV is the gray dressed as Santa Claus with the whole bag in snow going shh with the presents. And that's the first time I ever had a emotional reaction of seeing a gray when I woke up after that.
That is
so all of that was in the dream, or was part of that? I mean, the Netflix thing that's really what happens. It goes to this kind of screensaver that is also a commercial for Netflix, which needs it badly.
That was in my waking. That was when I woke up. But
okay,
well, prior to that was in the dream state.
It was the gray alien on the screen that agreed with your dream, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's pretty spooky.
Yeah.
But synchronicities happen all the time. I faulted myself for not keeping a journal of all the synchronicities that happen, but I would do nothing but keep the journal because they happen all the time. Never when I expect it. But if I don't expect it, it's just like all the time.
Shame on you, almost, right?
It's like the Tracy Twyman synchronicity.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a legitimate one. And
we have phones, so we can send a voice text message to someone to say, this just happened, just make a note of it and get on with the day. If you wake up and you roll out of bed and I've had mornings where I've woken up and I know I had 3 epic dreams in a row, like movie length dreams, and I woke up and I'm like, I remember these now, but they're fading fast. Do I choose to write them down? No, because
same here.
It was an experience. It was an adventure. It was something fun. It was interesting, but it didn't have any occult psychic meaning. I mean, I've had dreams where I've gotten words that are English words, but are not in any English dictionaries. Words of power, I don't know what they are, but I'll write them down. I've met people in my dreams where I immediately knew the name of the person, and they were a bus driver, and they were showing me a path, and it seemed very significant. So I remembered, I wrote it down, I recorded an audio clip of it. But there's so many other dreams that are just mundane, just feels like memories are being filed away or being brought up, dusted off, looked at, and refiled. A lot of stories, again, involving school situation, because you spend 8 hours a day in schools sitting in desks. You've got a lot of memories of listening to teachers drone on and on and on. I think Freud, who is much maligned these days, mostly by uber feminists, which I am not. I think he was correct that dreams always have a meaning. I mean, I dream a lot about my parents, and in the dream, they're always incredibly old.
And it's often in the house that I grew up in, which I think I mentioned is just a couple of blocks from here. That's fairly important to me because I know what my mother sold it for, and I know what it's worth now.
Is that where you put your roots down in some way? So the physical location is important to you to be around? Is that why?
No, it's a synchronicity that when I applied for this apartment, which is rent controlled,
Okay.
I didn't know where it was located. I just had it was recommended to me. It's called the Jewish Tower. I called it the Lightning Struck Tower for you tarot fans. And it's I mean, this is a $1,200 a month Atlanta apartment that I'm getting for $200. So HUD picks up the rest. So
there you go.
Yeah.
But I had no idea where it was, and then I realized, hey, this street is 2 blocks from Margaret Mitchell. That's where I went to grammar school. Wait, that's adjoins Sequoia Drive, where I grew up at 2875 Sequoia Drive. So I mean, that's I mean, I've
Sequoia is a tree. Does that?
No, this is named. It's an area that when it was first developed. Actually, the daughter of the developer, one of the daughters of the developer, lives in this building. That's not totally coincidence because there are a number of people that in this building that I went to high school with, so, or I mean, they were not anybody from my class that I know about, and but people that were
Have you been to high school
under or over.
Have you been to high school reunions? Not?
No, I registered for a couple, but I didn't have a really good experience in high school. I mean, I went to a high school where swastikas were drawn on the walls and yellow stars, and it was not a best time in my life. So it certainly had its effect on me, but
right. And that's another question maybe for another show, the topic of why are young people so mean to other people, and why are they're all in the same school and they have to go along to get along, and they have to share spaces in halls and classes and things, and yet why are they so stabbing in the backy to people that they should just respect and leave alone?
Yeah, I did some things during that period of my life that I truly regret. I mean, and I ask myself, am I to blame now? No, I don't think so. I mean, I feel bad about it, but the fact is, kids have no ethical grounding. And if you have really, really, really permissive parents like I did, it has its advantages, but it also has some disadvantages.
Big time.
Well, your brain's still developing when you turn 18. You're not fully.
Like 25.
Yeah. Don't get me on that. That's a long program where I will rant and rave about age of consent.
We're putting them on the table so we can make notes of them and file them away and return when we need to.
Yep.
Yep.
And a long weave, and we get so charged up, and we're trying to end it, but we're so energetically we can go on for another 6 hours.
Yep.
Do you want me to do my story or save it for another day?
No.
That's what I was going to ask. What was your
We've been
story?
waiting for it.
On the story.
They're all talking at once. It's driving me insane.
That's a yes.
Yes.
Okay. This was during a really, really bad, difficult period in my life. There have been quite a few of those, but this was maybe the worst. Okay. My first marriage, which was meant to be my marriage, it hadn't quite broken up at that point, but it was on its way. And I knew that. I didn't know that there was another gentleman involved in the situation. I won't mention his name, Dennis Fox, but so I'm in a really bad state of mind, and I had gone to a doctor. I have a doctor's office. What do they call it? White coat syndrome, which is
the same thing.
Yeah,
blood pressure.
Yeah, well, but my blood pressure measured at home by combat medics is normal. But but when I go to a new doctor,
Same here. Same here.
And finally, they came up with that term white coat syndrome. But I mean, at that point, I didn't know it from white coat. They were giving me Ativan or something that did nothing. Nothing.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing for me. I mean, I shared. Oh, I shouldn't say this on.
No, you shouldn't.
Okay.
But I understand where
this
you're
is
going.
like
there.
50 years ago.
Oh
Surely.
yeah, sure.
So, I mean, I don't even know if the people that didn't do anything for me, so I assumed it would, have just the mildest sedative effect. No. It was like, I'm out here. So I'm going through a really bad period in my life, and it sort of culminated in two ways. One was, we'll call it the secular way, which is I got this head swimming feeling, and I decided I'm having a stroke. Just nonsense, because I had gone to this quack doctor who said, oh, well, we're going to put you in the hospital because your blood pressure goes up more and more. As I say, your blood pressure is going up more and more. I went to him with a migraine, so he gives me a shot of Demerol. I'm on my way to a Jethro Tull concert, and that's all I remember. On my way, because I was, as they say in the IV drug community, on the nod.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I was,
yep.
This guy swinging, Anderson is swinging, and I'm back to nodding.
Aqualung.
So he was a crackpot, but at the time I was a respecter of that coat, and that's
absolutely
that's an issue with me. I mean, when I was about 4. A friend of my father's, who later became the police chief of Augusta, Georgia, brought us bequest. Came up to my father's car window, and I had a milkshake in my hand, and I'll leave the rest to you. But I do have a problem with authority figures, even though I'm almost famous now, so perhaps I have authority. So I'm in this bad state of mind. So I start screaming, and I had to put my son, at that time only son, in the car, and my wife drove, and they drove me to the local hospital in Riverdale, Georgia, at the end of the runway of the Atlanta airport. That's where I was living at the time. And I won't go through the whole thing there. Suffice to say, I think an angel visited me in the form of a, don't laugh, gynecologist who told me, stood in the shadows and said, all that we gave you was just a mild sedative. Your blood pressure when you came in here was lethal. And now, I didn't tell you what I gave you. I don't think you have high blood pressure at all because your blood pressure is perfectly normal now. Essentially, he gave me a placebo.
Yep.
But I was screaming my head off, putting my son and soon-to-be ex-wife through it. Bad in his case, good in hers.
Right.
But nah, not really. She has her own demons to slay. So that's the state of mind that I was in. And I started to have these hypnagogic experiences. That is, I was conscious, but just coming out of the sleep state. First night, I wake up middle of the night, which I do a lot. I don't sleep uninterrupted, which is bad for the testosterone level. It's very bad, but I still have 3 sons, so I must have been doing something right. But still, I see these iridescent flowers on the wall, and they are unspeakably beautiful. And I don't know what I thought. I just know that I looked for like a minute, maybe 2 minutes, and then they slowly faded away. The next, that happened for 2 or 3 nights. 2 or 3 nights after that, I think this is in the Grail Within somewhere, plug. I wake up, and there are these monsters from the id coming at me in this kind of slow motion state, and they are terrifying. And after the second night of that, to show you how conscious I was, when the monsters started coming, and they were like the monster in Forbidden Planet. That's all I can tell you. If you haven't seen Forbidden Planet, you should. It's the only really, really high class movie of its era. Almost got the special effects award, but
great. Yep.
Unfortunately, the Ten Commandments came out that year, so they didn't get the award. And starring Leslie Nielsen in a serious role.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, the young Leslie Nielsen would have been a great Captain Kirk, you know. But
yeah, he would have. Wow.
But I have so many good laughs where he's concerned. I'm sort of glad his
Same here, man. I love that man.
So I have a flashlight next to my bed, which I do now, come to think of it. You know, because if the power goes out or something, that's your source of not hitting your head against the wall or whatever.
Yep.
So I took the flashlight. I wake up, I see the monsters coming towards me, one in the foreground and several behind. And I took the flashlight and shone the light on the monsters, and they dissolved before my eyes. The point of that really is not so much how to slay a monster. It was how long I was conscious to be able to have that experience, because I had to wake up, see them, pick up the flashlight, turn the flashlight on, and watch them dissolve in the light. That's a fairly long experience.
A lot.
Not like I was watching my chronograph, but my magical, you know, aforementioned several hours ago when I was younger. And so were you. But
I feel like we're younger for having gone through this. We've gained wisdom, and we've gained a youthful zest.
I'm not done.
Yes.
There's one more. So,
Shut up, Alan.
so once I was able, once I was able to get rid of the monsters, they disappeared. And the next night, I see this blue iridescent image of what I took to be the god Shiva.
Ooh.
Now, I don't think it was Shiva. I think because Shiva would not come in blue, I think that would be more like
Alan.
Vishnu. So Vishnu is moving in slow motion, and I'm looking at this, not thinking the interesting part is to hit the woman and say, take a look at this. I think.
What shade of blue was it? Was it perhaps a teal shade of
purple?
blue?
It's a dark purple, I'm assuming, Alan, like a darkish purple blue.
No, it was electric blue, I think it's the color.
Okay.
If you can see my TV screen, which is checked off, that color.
Yep. Okay. That's
and very vivid, three-dimensional, but moving in slow motion. And as I'm watching it, and this happens very slowly, it reaches up to its third eye, pulls it out of its head and moves it towards me. And I knew for a fact that it was going to put that in my head. And I panicked. I said, I won't be the same. And it vanished. And I thought for years after that, I blew my chance. I chickened out, and I could have had the eye being open. But I've had other experiences since then. So that is the context matters, because I really was expecting to die. You know, the Dr. Strangelove there said, you know, oh, well, you're in very bad condition. And
right.
So.
And you said you wouldn't be the same, so you refused the gift.
That happened to me one other time. The first time I ever had acupuncture. The acupuncturist was an American in this particular case, and also a follower of Werner Erhard. And he was big into whatever they called that the forum or whatever. So he was proselytizing for that, but also he wanted to show me how effective acupuncture is, which it is. And I don't think he was a particularly good one, but he said, now this will give you an experience. And he put 2 needles somewhere in my right hand and, twirled them and then took them out. And I became overjoyed. I was just filled, which is a rarity with me. I'm relatively dark-sided as my general. I would say low-grade depression is my default position, but not in this. This was in Tucson, by the way. So I get up, the session is over. I go out and I'm still feeling euphoric, absolutely euphoric. I go out and I pay for the session. It was like $80 or something, which would be a lot more now. And I'm still euphoric. I go out to the curb and I'm looking at cars going by, waiting to get picked up there. And I had a thought, and the thought was, but I'll never be the same. And immediately I stopped being euphoric and went back to being plain old Alan.
What the fuck?
So I have had considerable angelic aid in my life, but obviously this is not my go-round to be an absolutely enlightened being, although I can talk a good game. End of story.
Yeah, the one thing I would add to that is you were talking about electric blue, and I had the line blue, blue, electric blue, sound and vision by David Bowie, and then I searched for it, and this is the flower that shows up with a screen of a video, the blue, blue, electric
The
blue.
thumbnail, yeah.
Yeah.
There's another.
What did David Bowie know?
And I didn't know I was going to tell this particular story tonight, but I just heard from a guy that said, you really need to get into this, the blue something cult. And it turns, I said, I don't know anything about that, but does that have something to do with Brother Blue? Oh, yes, it did. Brother Blue was very kind to me back when I was really obscure. So I remember those, handful of people that enshrined something that I wrote into a Liber, like, and Brother Blue kind of disappeared. I don't know if he's, I haven't heard anything about or from him in many years, but this stuff is still up on the internet. Well, he was called Brother Blue, and this involves some novel from the 1940s about the Blue Brotherhood or something. And I'm just saying random stuff because it is random.
Right.
But,
well, it's not
featured
random
prominent.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It featured prominently into, the word blue. And then we have the story. And then I look and I think, well, it's that color blue back there.
Are you seeing
Exactly.
what Jim had in his video? Is that a blue vapor of a smoke of a flameless fire?
Well,
like a genie blue or gin blue?
Yeah, look at that.
It's not random to me because just a couple of days ago, I'm at where I work. I guess I have the representation of being like the spiritual guy, and someone came up to me and
why is that? Is that because you have a condition and people look at you and treat you differently? What is your condition?
I guess actually I was talking about that in the comments because Gabe, who was here earlier, was mentioning water portals, and I said, well, I have cerebral palsy, CP, and that's caused by water pockets in the brain. And a lot of people with this condition, including myself, have been very etheric. I know one of my missions here in this life is to ground, because I am very etheric. And I've always connected I always think of that anime Fully Cooley with the portal that opens in his mind and all the monsters come out.
FLCL.
Yeah, and that made an impression on me when I watched it because that's what I felt. I felt like I was him, and that then once I started, doing some research on fairy portals and water and ley lines and things like that, and things that you do with cauldrons and cups, King of Cups, my new show I'm going to be doing.
Cheers.
And I started thinking, well, what is the changes that my condition that I feel like is one of the reasons why I'm so etheric? It is caused by a water pocket, and I always visualize it as like a little round pocket of water. How I pictured it in my brain, and then I mentioned that to Gabe in the comments for tonight's show. He pointed out CP cups, CP.
Oh yeah, that's really interesting.
So that's interesting. But my blue connection, like I said, someone at work came to me and said, "Hey, I have a question for you." She was an older lady, and she said her grandson is really into two things: Jesus and the color blue, and specifically not electric blue, but teal, like a teal blue. And she was asking me what the spiritual.
Like indigo? How close is indigo to teal? I wonder.
Indigo is pretty purple.
Purple.
Yeah, indigo is pretty purple.
Okay.
Like the chair behind me.
Was there like an indigo child connection at all? I don't know. Just throwing it out there.
I don't know. That could be a good question, but I did some digging on my own, and I connected teal with a couple things. Most notably, it's where, since it is where green or blue and green meet, that's calming and renewal. So it's like the trinkle and the renewal, the rebirth, and it also is connecting to both Tibetan monks and ancient Egypt connected color teal, that shade of blue specifically, as the color of the creator.
Yep.
And then there was also a thing talking about how, succulents in the desert, when they first start to sprout, they have a teal color. So it's a lot of times the first signs of life. And, in a lot of Hollywood movies, that blue, or not necessarily teal per se, but blue in general, is usually the energy color of energy blast in Hollywood and anime and whatnot.
And Oregon energy for that
Magic
matter.
the Gathering.
And Oregon energy.
Exactly. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
So that's why I wanted to ask you about the color, because I didn't know if there was a sync between her question she asked me the other day and our conversation now. I think there still is. It just wasn't what I was thinking at the moment when I asked the question.
And there's the personal thing with it then too, just like Krista asked. Yeah. So that's fascinating. That's fun. And Alan, you'll see in your email.
Blue.
You'll see in your email when we get done here. It's about a 15-minute video from that channel I was telling you about.
Yeah. Okay. Because it occurred to me during my last bladder break.
Yeah.
Bladder break.
About time.
That you do your best thinking alone.
Well, I do. I do. And actually, because I never before living here lived alone, and I usually had kids in the house. Therefore, I did most of my reading in the lavatory with the door locked.
The watcher closet, yes. Mm-hmm.
But in conclusion,
there you go.
It's a good week.
Let's remember just two things. First, and of course, you all know the other one.
Oh yeah.
Yep. There you go.
Aloha, oh, aloha, oh.
Moo,
Mua, mua.
Stitch, Lilo and
What
Stitch sing
occurred to me is
Aloha
that I
Boy.
haven't eaten anything, so I'm.
Do it.
I really need to fix dinner, which is a violation of the rules of the building, but I won't tell if you don't tell.
There you go.
Now they turn off the vents at like
Do they
9
really?
p.m. and well, you know.
I will say in conclusion, you were singing, Alan, Aloha Oi, which is the song that is sung multiple times in Lilo and Stitch.
Lilo and Stitch, yeah. Okay, we'll get to
talking
that in
but
another
we won't
episode.
mention.
The connection, Lilo and Stitch, Hawaiian shirts, flowers, goblins, crazy-eared creatures.
Wrap it
We'll
up.
leave that as a teaser. We'll wrap it up. Jim's going to have to hit the button, and
Yep.
we'll...
Everybody, thank you so much for
Alan
joining us.
Greenfield,
Alan
books,
Greenfield. Yes.
Website, the Celestial Lodge of Sirius, probably a good one to go to. We've listed a lot of other websites in this episode.
Paranoia
Look for
Publishing.
in comments below.
Secret
Carry on
Cipher of the
conversation.
Ufonauts. Complete Secret Cipher. Buy it.
And
This is
buy
a
these books, you
prologue.
guys.
Yes,
Everybody
this is-
go out and buy these books. They're not going to
This
buy
is a
themselves.
They're not on Kindle
You need to
either
buy
right
them.
now.
Oh, they aren't. Yeah, that's because
They're not available on Kindle, so pick them
Apparently.
up, hold them. Maybe
Buy
soon
them,
they will be,
write
but
in
buy
them.
them.
Put your
Even
notes
if they're
in
not
them.
on Kindle,
look,
buy
somebody
them
will
physical
rip them
copies.
all off. There's a book out there. This will take about 30 seconds, okay? There's a book out there on witchcraft that has my name on the cover. I did not write that book. It first appeared as a bootleg in Canada and then has migrated to various editions. So my publisher got out an edition of it too, but I've never read it, so I don't know what it says.
You've never written it. You've
Beware.
never read it, and it has your name on it.
That's right. And
Maybe if you get the
on this
royalties, it's
edition,
a
I get the
blessing.
royalties. So.
There you go.
Are you a ghost author then? A ghost writer?
I guess
No,
so.
I'm just waiting for the return of Gerald Gardner.
Jim
The
has a
king of the
finger on the
witches.
button and will press the button at any moment.
Everybody,
We live.
Everybody, hold your breath.
I'm
We
going
live
to
in-
press the button as soon
we
as
live
I
inside
say
your
the very
mind.
last
Hold
words.
on tight. Put your head
What are
between
the
your
last
knees.
words?
we
Zero
live
gravity.
inside your mind.
Glory to Ukraine.
The last
What?
words are "We live in your
We
mind."
live in your mind.
Until next time.